Hey, thank you and welcome to Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting. This is 9:05, Wednesday, May 21st, 2025. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So as I say, we do expect Commissioner Chang to join us at any moment. See if he's there. At this time, there's citizen input for items not on the agenda as a public hearing. So first item, Christina Hall. Thank you for joining us. Christina Hall. Yep. Just kind of speaking to the microphone. That's all.
Commissioners Adair, DeBone, and I was expecting Chang, but if you recall, my husband and I both spoke at your May 5th meeting regarding the China Hat Road situation. My husband spoke quite articulately on the subject. I, however, was nervous and too emotional to speak very well. Today, I come before you to personally express our gratitude and appreciation for your response to our concerns. We watched as the three of you, along with the Forest Service, the County Sheriff's Service, the Bend Police, the County Roads Department, and many other community service organizations, all worked swiftly together to come up with solutions that served the needs of the surrounding community and were respectful of those who were being displaced. I say solutions, because there wasn't just one answer to solve the issues. There was much coordination and cooperation between all of the organizations involved. As far as we can tell, it was done with respect and without confrontation. We truly appreciate your quick response and thoughtful approach to a complex and politically fraught. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so that was a moment for everybody in the whole community. The hard line was drawn for the environment out there. It's going to be rural recreational lands for everybody. But yeah, so we've worked through a pretty rocky road there for a week or two. But yeah, we're making it better, hopefully.
Actually, it was a rocky road for 7 years.
Yeah.
7 years.
Sure, it's going to be continued to
Right.
be, but we do appreciate all
Well-
the quick response. It was
Thank you for actually coming in and saying what you just said this morning. So many times when you do something, you never hear again, but you were so thoughtful to come in and you seem much more comfortable speaking. So thank you.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was really kind of you to come in today.
thought it deserved a personal response, not just an email.
Well, there's a lot of partners in that too, so we're the policymaking board, the sheriff's office, providers.
But I didn't even know we're working behind the scenes, but we definitely appreciated your
Right.
work and thought you needed to know that.
Thank you, Christina.
Great day. At this time, Greg Bryant.
You hear me okay? Okay. Yeah. This is about rethinking of the DEI decision. I've got an excerpt from the Vietnam Veterans America magazine of May/June of this year. And I gave that to you, and I'm going to read that and then also have some extra comments. It is always a pleasure to communicate that VVA members about the work of the Minority Affairs Committee and pages of the VVA veteran. I am also encouraged and energized when the veterans tell me that they have enjoyed reading this column. Recently, the Trump administration announced that they will no longer recognize the category of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the federal government. This has spread beyond hiring practices to the removal from government websites of many recognitions of minority veterans, including the Medal of Honor awardees and women who have earned prestige and respect for their valor in the military. It has been used historically in the United States. Diversity, equity, and inclusion have been organizational frameworks and has seek to promote fair treatment and full participation of individuals who may have been discriminated against based on their identity, race, or ability. Based on its definition of DEI, a resolution was adopted in 1983 VVA National Convention. Involvement by minority veterans. Welcome to NVVA, which committed the organization to support its commitment to minority affairs programs by encouraging all veterans to become involved in all levels of organization and by encouraging VVA to work more closely with other minority veteran organizations. Since then, the Minority Affairs Committee has presented many other resolutions ensuring that diversity, equity, and inclusion are observed at all levels of all veterans in the VVA. The committee takes pride in the work that has been accomplished by our chairs and members over the decades. I want to reaffirm in the wake of the critiques of the DEI that as long as I am a chair of the committee, I will ensure that the DEI is observed in VVA regardless of the mandate to the contrary to any presidential administration. And then it gives you can contact them. Okay, and what I'm also want to do is your determination to go against the DEI, it goes against this magazine, what they want to do. Now, Patty, this is the same thing. Women were not able to vote until 1920. In other words,
19, wasn't it?
huh? No,
Wasn't it-
that,
we actually
that
had
it was
Senator Rand.
ratified in 1920. Congress
year?
approved it, but you were not able to vote until 1920.
Gosh,
You ought-
it's
you ought to
already
know
over
that.
100 years.
Sorry about that.
What?
And, huh? You should know that 1920 was when you were able to vote.
I know, but we did have I believe we had a woman in Congress, a senator from Montana before that. And so I don't know how she got elected,
I don't know either.
but she did.
Okay. But what I'm saying is you were not able to vote for a long, long time. Phil, he's not here. He would not be able to vote until about 1965 because his ethnicity. You couldn't have voted before that because your gender. Tony, you could always vote because you were a white guy that owned property. Now, if you didn't own property, you couldn't vote until most states was 1828. The last state that accepted that was 1856. Now, DEI is a more informal way of including people that feel like they're left out. And that's what I have. If there's any other comments you might have.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I was just back to where I grew up and, the diversity and inclusion of multiple cultures in the suburbs of Detroit, Michigan in the 80s. I thought we were turning the corner on this and it feels like we're going backward. So it's an interesting point of view. I am here to serve everybody, make sure everybody's welcome and included. It's just, leading with the political front end of this is hard for some people. So yeah, let's go. Let's make sure we're all moving forwards.
Well, the problem is, as you well know, is a lot of when you guys made a determination to take DEI out of the language out, it affected a lot of people because there was a lot of people that were here in the room when you made that determination. And I know you guys don't want to hear about this again, but I was surprised when I saw the Vietnam veterans, and which I am one. The magazine came out this way, and so what I'm wanting to do is see if you guys could change your position. I know you don't want to go against the president, but the president changes his decisions like he changes socks. So,
Thank you very much for your testimony.
okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bryant.
Is there anybody else for any items not on the agenda today? Is there anyone remote? Okay, so seeing none. Next,
Well, Commissioner Chang will attempt to join by a Zoom.
okay, coming in remotely. Okay. So we'll work through our agenda here, and it sounds like Commissioner Chang's going to join us remotely. Next item is the consent agenda,
So move the consent.
and I will second it. Any other discussion? Seeing none, calling for the vote, Commissioner Dare.
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes. Has Commissioner Chang joined us, or, yeah, just let us know when he's available. At this time, item number 9, presentation of Deschutes Trail Coalition and the Stewardship Grant Closeout Report.
Morning, Commissioners. For the record, Robert Tintle, Chief Financial Officer. This morning, we are here, as you mentioned, to hear a presentation from Deschutes Trails Coalition on the Stewardship Grant Closeout Report, and there'll be a request allowing the use of the remaining grant funds. As you may recall, on January 12, 2022, the Board of County Commissioners approved granting the Deschutes Trails Coalition a grant from our TRT funds of $600,000. They have diligently worked on that project, and you'll hear about that today. There is $17,248 left after the end of the project, not to steal all your thunder.
That was the
But-
last slide, yeah.
Yeah, but, and then there'll be a decision at the end of, a request at the end of what to do with the remaining funds. And that's what I'll let you introduce yourself, and I'll turn it over to Deschutes Trail Coalition as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good to see you again. I'm Jana Johnson. I'm the Executive Director of the Deschutes Trails Coalition. And as Robert stated, I gave a little bit of the backstory on this great grant opportunity that was afforded to us and our trails community because of the work of the commissioners. So thank you very much for that. So I think the last time I was here, it was right after the projects had been selected. So you've seen them before, but it's been a while. And hopefully you had a chance to look at the materials that kind of give an outline of the grant projects that have now been completed. It was a 2-year grant cycle, so those projects wrapped up earlier this year. So kind of in general, and as stated in the cover letter, there were 9 grants granted between the values of $13,000 and $120,000, totaling $540,000. And it was a good mix of on-the-ground projects. It was a good mix of those projects that kind of were the seeds to start more enduring programs. And so I think it was overall a very successful program. We were hoping it would continue, but as a one-time program, we're super pleased with it and hope that you are as well. So let's see first. Well, this is a lot of words, but basically just kind of the general overview of the projects and the amounts of money granted, and then the proposed reinvestment that was basically there because of the efficient work of our partner groups that ended up saving some money that they're turning back. So we can run through them, and you can kind of guide me on how much detail or how little detail that you'd like. I'm happy to walk through them. I think there's just a lot worth celebrating here. Screen here, so.
I thought it's just a little sense of place for each of these projects, and where are they and how can people access them? So
Sure.
that's the thought.
So the first one up on the screen is the Oregon Natural Desert Association project. Took place in the Badlands, east of town on BLM lands. It was a largely volunteer fueled project led by ONDA. They created 3/4 of a mile of accessible trail, did some trailhead improvements, putting boundary fencing just to kind of keep the impacts contained there, some signage, and then overall 5 miles of trail improved, and some closing of unofficial trails.
So was this done in 23 then?
23 and 24. Yep, it was spread out over a couple of seasons with the scheduled volunteer work days. Zoom in. I can't.
Oh, yeah.
Is the Deschutes National Forest. That grant fund, or those grant funds were to support a survey and design for a fully accessible trail. There's a partially accessible trail there now at Trail of Molten Land with the Newberry Monument right there near Lava Lands Visitor Center. The goal in that was to end up with a survey and design to complete a full loop. So it added an additional half mile, so making a nice 1 mile loop. And that would also address some of the kind of the pinch points and things that are not allowing that trail, the existing portion, to qualify as fully accessible. So that's great to just have more accessible opportunities for people in our community. And it's such an amazing spot. If you've been there, it's pretty incredible. So with that, there's a local engineering firm that did the survey and design. Then that now is a project that's ready to go through NEPA and then can get funded for implementation in the future. So a critical point. Next on the list was Oregon Equestrian Trails, OET. They replaced, I'm not keeping up with my slides here. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. OET, they replaced the corrals in the last two remaining corrals that needed replacement. You can see in these pictures that they were old wooden corrals and they were at worst not functional, or maybe even worse, they were a hazard to the horses. So that was really important to get those replaced. They did that a lot with volunteer labor and some youth crews and replaced them with steel. So those will be good in perpetuity. On the list is Bend Parks and Rec District. So they focused on work in Shevlin Park, a couple of trail connections that connect the 4606 Forest Service Road both to the Mrazek Trail and then to the Shevlin Loop, which just makes that whole network function a little bit better. They also completed the seal coating on the Fremont Road, 1.7 miles of that. And that's it's a gated road, it's paved, it allows people to, kids to ride bikes, and a lot of people use that. So really nice to keep that in good shape. They also replaced 9 picnic tables and replaced them with accessible tables. And then trailhead improvements like bike racks and kiosk maps. So spruced up Shevlin Park a bit more.
Mhm.
Then Central Oregon Trail Alliance, CODA. Theirs was a unique application, I would say, in that this is one of those programs that it planted a seed and started a program that really leveraged volunteer activity tremendously. It was a volunteer stewardship coordinator position. And so with that, they dramatically increased their volunteerism. They hired a person for 2 years. They grew their capacity by trained leaders from 13 people to 62 people. And they increased opportunities for volunteering and trail work from 854 to 1,600 people, more or less, so doubling it. So they really have been able to use these funds to leverage their program and then make that replicable so in the future they can continue that level of volunteerism.
That's really outstanding, isn't it?
Yeah, it was such a joy to get these reports and see all the great work coming in. So happy to be sharing them here. Next on the list is Discover Your Forest. Similarly, they started a program, and now that the bones of that are built, they can continue running that. And it was a trail ambassador program. So they would be largely at trailheads, also on the trails, and just being, with limited Forest Service staffing, just a great source of information, things, about wildfire preparedness, permit systems, leave no trace, basically trying to get ahead of the curve by informing people, providing them the resources that they need so that they're making good decisions on the ground and lessening impacts. And again, just growing that community of stewards. That I think that was one of the big things that really jumped out at me through this process is just the engagement of volunteers in nearly every project, and just how lucky we are as a community to have that level of stewardship and commitment. Then there's the Deschutes Land Trust. They used some of these funds to towards the purchase of the Specter Ranch property to turn that into the Paulina Preserve. And part of that, there's a recreation component in addition to the restoration work that they're doing, and it being adjacent to Newberry Monument, that there will eventually be a trail connectivity in those areas.
And as you may know, I mean, I do feel like that project was pretty far out of bounds from what we expected we were investing in. Deschutes Land Trust and their mission is wonderful. That's fine. Go do your work. But these dollars probably weren't intended for that purpose, to acquire more property so just acknowledge it. And we've talked about that in the past.
And the next up is the Friends of the Central Cascades Wilderness. They basically, they purchased a kit and then had volunteers build a kit, and it's basically a cabin on wheels. And the cabin that they had been using had to go to its intended place. It was a Forest Service cabin that was being borrowed, and it needed to go to Newberry Monument. So the Friends of Central Cascades Wilderness bought the kit, built it, and it sits at Green Lakes, and it houses all the wilderness information. And again, kind of that, it's a little different from the Trailhead Stewards program that DYF started, but kind of in a similar vein, but focused on those busy wilderness trailheads for wilderness education and Leave No Trace. So nice to have that. And then last but not least, getting ahead of myself, is Dirty Free Hub. So those funds went to either expand or build upon their route guides that they create. Those route guides are really a strong attractant for gravel riders to the area, because there's these pre-packaged routes. They learn about historical facts. They learn about ways to recreate respectfully, and it's just a great tool. And kind of as an indirect benefit of that, I think people were kind of drawn in by what Dirty Free Hub does in these routes, and they started the Dirty Roads crew. So they have basically a volunteer program that sprouted out of that as well. So those are the 9 projects that were funded.
It's exciting we were able to invest those dollars for the public's benefit, for some of those just recreational assets that can be maintained around our community. This was exactly the vision, except for one project, as I mentioned. So it's exciting to see these resources available for our community.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So yeah, again, thank you for all that support, and happy to be able to share those successes, and also just grateful to our partners throughout the community and all the volunteers. Like, we're just really lucky. It's easy to take that for granted sometimes, how much support we have and motivation. So
Yeah.
definitely something to be celebrated.
Mhm.
Robert, I have a question. The date of the award says on this document, July 1st, 2022, but yet on background, it says that we actually approved granting them the $600,000 January 12th of 2022. So that's almost 6 months. And then nothing really happened until 23. So I was just wondering why it took so long.
I can answer that. It took us the year to build the program, so we had to announce the program, get it out. We hired COIC to develop and set up the advisory committee that reviewed all the grants, set up the criteria, put out webinars, all that type of thing, and then to have it timed so that then it would be in place so that they'd have 2 full, so that recipients would have some time in advance of the field season to get their ducks in a row and then be able to implement during that field season. So that's how the timing lined up in that way.
Okay, well, it's actually the date of the award, so that's why I'm asking. I'm just saying, why did we say it's January 12th, 2022? But the date of the award on this document says July 1st. I mean, that's not from you. I think that's from us. So it just seems like there's 6 months there that, somebody, at the very end of the packet, there's that discretionary grant program project completion report. And it says the date of the award on that. Maybe that was from Jen.
And that might have been the contract. The board might have approved. I mean, the date was the date the board actually approved the funds. And then I know there was also a time period for developing the contract, and that was the start of the fiscal year. So the funds probably weren't distributed until the start of the fiscal year. And
Okay.
that's when
So that's
the
what was
date
happening.
was. Yes.
All right. So I'm wondering, Jana, what is it you are thinking you are going to do with this $17,248?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. So you may have heard there was a recent article, and Commissioner DeBonne, I think you were even interviewed for that. The current situation, so the DTC has our own professional paid trail crew. It is the only professional paid trail crew in all of Central Oregon. It was not intended to be that way. We were intended to be sort of a value-added resource to the Forest Service's trail crew, but they currently don't have one, and that's unlikely to change in the foreseeable future. So when the DTC Trail Crew started 2 years ago, it was a 3-year pilot. It was funded with Great American Outdoors Act funding through a Forest Service agreement. And how that agreement works is that each year they add funds to that agreement. So in year 1, they added funds. We hired our first crew, got a feel for it. Yeah, this is a great resource. This is working well. Second year, funds were added again. We hired our trail crew again, a 5-person crew, and further refined our coordination, communication with our partners and the Forest Service with priorities. And so at this point, we're forecasting, okay, with these funds that we're anticipating to get in year 3, not anticipating, it was a sure thing, like GAOA funds are coming next year, just as these last 2 years. And so with the applying for a few different grants, we're like, okay, we've got enough funding to get us through 2027. Well, this year, we are not seeing those funds. So that's $200,000 of funding that we were anticipating having this year that we're definitely not getting this year, and we might not get at all. Additionally, there was Title II funds that we applied for a grant last year and were awarded, but the funds were to be coming this year. That was for $40,000 and change to support the trail crew. Those also will not be seen this year, and we don't know if they will be seen. So we're left with this large gap at a moment's notice of $240,000. And so what we'd like to do is to, with your permission, use these funds to help support DTC and our trail crew staff to help close that funding gap and allow us to continue our work. And we'll be, looking for grants and other things, but we're kind of looking everywhere. And this seemed like this request kind of met that original intent of these funds. And so, yes, that's what we'd like to use it for.
So I really appreciated looking at the fact that you had 1,616 volunteers on that one program. Are those the CODA program? Are those people going to keep volunteering? I mean, have they been able to build on that even more?
I don't know what their numbers have been since. I mean, I have a feel for what's going on with CODA. They're just continuing to grow and develop and fundraise and do really positive things. So I would imagine that will continue to grow. And volunteerism is a very important piece of the picture. And I brought some stats from that the Forest Service and Discover Your Forest captured for trail volunteerism. And there's a total of 30,450 hours of volunteer time donated last year. And that's valued at over $1 million in service value. So like I said, we're really lucky that we have a lot of volunteerism, but it's not the full picture. Volunteers don't replace what a pro crew does, and a pro crew doesn't replace what volunteers do. They work together. And what you'll see in these slides is what the professional trail crews have. First of all, they have capacity. They're out there, 40 hours a week for 5 months with 5 people, and they're a well-oiled machine. They also have specialized equipment, training, skill sets to take on some of the more complex projects. So for example, we got a grant this year to replace the Dillon Sand Ladder on the Deschutes River Trail. That's not something that volunteers are likely to do, and it's that infrastructure that we need to keep pace with to keep those deferred maintenance gaps from growing. So, and they also are able to get to more remote places because they can spike out for a week at a time. And that's usually beyond the time that volunteers have to donate at a given point. So that's really why it's important to also have this professional paid trail crew And especially now that we are the only ones, I'd hate to see us go for years on end. You can get away with it for a little while, but years on end is not going to be beneficial to the trails.
See that, it's actually what Commissioner DeBonne had said. I thought we were talking about maintenance for these grants, and the fact that 80,000 went to the land trust, you know, that we were just, that's just adding more capacity, and we're not taking care of what we already have. So anyway, you know, I'm really delighted to see the volunteers have really stepped up. Maybe they can't do quite what a professional crew can do, but you know what? They put a lot of heart into it. So
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, not diminishing that at all, just saying that the two kind of work in tandem for optimal benefit.
all right. So do you have anything more to say?
Well, as I say, it kind of puts us in that spot where, you know, our budget's got real tight recently. You know, you want to go do your good work. There was one big choice that was way out of bounds from the black and white of the agreement. I mean, I'd like to acknowledge that. You know, I went to our legal and said, hey, wait a minute, you know, was this even in here? It was not. You know, so that's an $80,000 choice that was made by maybe your board. I don't know that you were a decision maker in that, but yeah, it was way out of bounds from what we had intended on. So
Yeah, and I
any
apologize
thoughts
for
about that?
miscommunication? Well, I don't think there's anything new to say beyond what we discussed last time.
Yeah.
I did what I thought was my due diligence by trying to engage with the community at various points. I said, nope, keep doing what you're doing. I said, is there anything in TRT legislation that precludes it being used for land purchases? Nope. So in hindsight, yes, there's a miscommunication, but at the moment, we truly thought we were doing the right thing. And so I apologize that was not what met your intent, but there was nothing nefarious going on there.
When I toured that property, and I got the feeling that they knew they were on the edge of what the black and white was on that agreement as I was being introduced to the project, because they were very excited knowing that, hey, we might have gone a little far here. What do you think? And I'm like, oh, I think you went a little far here. So I'm just letting you know, that's exactly what I saw. And as I say, I'm not even upset with the land trust mission at all. These dollars weren't intended for that purpose. So.
Well, moving forward.
But now, yeah, so now we're at a spot where Commissioner Chang isn't here. If we made a motion, I feel like it
I'm
could
here.
be a pretty political setup here that would be used against us in the media if the three of us aren't discussing this together. So now we're in that spot also.
I'm here.
Always going on these days.
Commissioner DeBonne, I don't know, I just heard Ching through the.
Oh, there we go. Has he joined us?
Yes, I believe he should be on there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm struggling with a headache this morning. I've had bad allergies the last couple of weeks, and this morning, really holding me down. But
For joining us.
I'm here virtually, and I'll try to stick it out for important parts of this meeting. My suggestion would be that it was particular grantees that were able to save money on the great projects that they proposed to this grant program that result in these $17,000 of savings. I would suggest that we reward the cost effectiveness and efficiency of those organizations by awarding these funds to the trail crew, but for projects that would particularly benefit those groups that save the money in the first place. You know, big picture, we should understand that the funds that we set aside for this grant program delivered all of the projects that were intended. It's just that a couple of the groups were able to do the work for less than they had proposed. You know, they were super efficient. So rather than talk about penalizing trails, penalizing the DTC, I think we should be recognizing the good work of the groups that got their project done and got it done under budget.
Thank you.
One of them happens to be the equestrian group. So isn't that appropriate?
Yeah, we could.
The other one is
we could offer to
the
them.
Newberry, that design group, and that sounds like that's already taken care of. So giving them that money, how do we know something really appropriate is going to be done to keep our trails in a good way?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I would
could-
say, so
we could put
the,
money
the
into.
funds left over from the survey and design contract, that we kept those funds. DTC was actually the administrator of the contract so that it was more efficient to go that way rather than contracting through the Forest Service. So we partnered with them as we have on other projects. So those funds are not actually transferred to the federal government because there's a lot of, it's just not efficient to do it that way. So we paid the contractors directly through an agreement with DTC and the engineering firm.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah. So to go back to those two groups and rewarding them for their efficiency, now we could support the trail crew working on next phase work, because once you have a trail design at the Newberry Monument, you need a trail crew to implement it. So we could allocate a chunk of these funds. We could ask DTC to use a chunk of these funds to have their trail crew implement part of the design that they've developed. And for the equestrians, now that you've got a great corral set up in a fully up-to-date corral set up in the middle of a trail network, you could ask for this trail crew to work on a segment of that trail that's in bad shape, so that the equestrians coming out of that area would have the opportunity to ride on well-maintained, safe, responsible to the landscape trails that they can enjoy. So it's just seems to me, again, if we want to reward the groups who got their projects done under budget, advancing the trail work that they will use or that they have designed seems like a great way to apply these funds that otherwise we're going to spend a whole bunch of money administering, bringing back to the county, which won't be efficient.
Yeah, well, thank you for your efforts. As I say, the trail maintenance is exactly where we wanted this to go. We've said our piece about the other item there. So at this point, we can get down to a potential motion. And thank you for presenting all these projects.
Yeah.
So would that be item number 2, potential motions? Or,
Because if we don't do anything, the contract's terminated and there's funds coming back. If we do, we can define what we want to see to happen.
oh, okay, I see what number 3 is. Okay, so move approval to amend contract number 2022-187 with the Deschutes Trails Coalition, allowing the use of $2,248 in the remaining grant funds to support trail crew operations.
Commissioner,
Verify the amount. I think it was 17,000.
Yes? Did I say the wrong number?
2,000. You said 2,000.
Oh, okay, sorry. $17,248. And that's actually for trail crew operations, because that's what we were told that we needed, we were desperate for, so.
Second to that, and I would add that I think we should ask the DTC trail crew to work on projects that are beneficial, again, to those two groups that save the money through this grant program.
Well, I think that's different than supporting trail crew operations.
No, that trail crew, the DTC trail crew, can now work on projects that are beneficial to those groups. Again, so the equestrians now have a great corral. Let's send the DTC trail crew to work on some of the trails in the vicinity of that corral that equestrians use. The Newberry group has designed a trail system. Let's send the DTC trail crew to implement a chunk of that design.
Can they actually do that?
The specific project that the survey and design was done for, no, that would have to be contracted out because it's it's fully accessible. It's through lava fields, and it's not ready for implementation. It still has to go through Forest Service NEPA and then.
Right. So
But
we could do-
there is that what Phil is referencing is that there is a plan that is waiting for Forest Service NEPA. There are also additional projects. We looked at the Newberry Monument comprehensively and came up with a trail plan. Some of the work to be done needs to go through NEPA, and it's in the queue, and we're waiting for that. Some of it is shovel-ready and can be implemented in addition to just general basic maintenance. So if we wanted to keep work focused on the monument, we could absolutely do that. It would not be the specific trail that the survey and design was done for.
that's what I was thinking. So, okay.
So the motion has been made and a little bit of clarified discussion. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes too. As I say, let's make sure this is a partnership. As I say, the black and white of the first agreement was not followed. There's passion, a lot of passion on that, obviously, but that one of those projects wasn't the intention. We know that now.
We do.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Greatly appreciate the support.
Item number 10, public hearing and consideration of an emergency adoption of ordinance amending Deschutes County Code regarding transient room tax collections.
Morning, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Robert Tintle, Chief Financial Officer.
Michelle Asaya, Transient Room Tax Management Analyst.
Judy Haas, Deputy Tax Collector.
Today, we're holding a public hearing for, as you mentioned, for the transient room tax ordinance 2025-006, amending county code regarding transient room tax collections. So just a brief overview, most of the recommended changes are a result of modernizing and aligning with language used by the State of Oregon transient lodging taxes, Oregon revised statutes, and the model transient lodging tax ordinance document as written for local governments who use the Oregon Department of Revenue to administer, collect, and distribute transient lodging taxes. The goal of amending the code is to align with local requirements with state requirements to assist lodging providers with reporting and tax submission by including the same revenue amounts in rent to both taxing districts. A lot of the changes you'll see in the code are we made changes to definitions, modernized the wording, using the same wording and verbiage that's in the state language contract. And again, one of them that I mentioned we have to get used to instead of transient room tax, transient lodging tax. The memo does highlight a number of items that are changed in the code. We can go through any of them that you want. A couple of them that may be more substantial are, one is we are proposing the allowance in the code of setting a certificate of authority fee on the initial registration and then the annual renewal process. And also we are proposing, we're removing the recreation fee requirement as an exemption from rent. And that aligns with the state as well. So we're just trying to be consistent with the state, update, modernize the language, and allow for recruitment of costs related to the certificate of authority. And unless you have questions now, but we will turn it back over to the board to open.
Yeah, and I'll acknowledge we've had work session on this item. We've discussed it in public meetings. I have not had feedback from lodging providers. Hopefully that it's been propagated through the Visitors Association and folks that are in this domain. That's my only thought. It hasn't really been a discussion in the community as much.
Correct. Thank you, Commissioner. I did meant to mention that we did email out through our database, which is the collection system that we use, our software, all of the property owners and also the managing property managers all received emails. The ones where we didn't have email, we sent letters to them. So everyone was notified of the public hearing on this matter.
So this is a public hearing on the matter. Anything else?
That's it.
So yeah, this is a public hearing on this matter for ordinance number 2025-006, amending county code regarding transient lodging tax. Today's the day we clarify the term. Is there anybody here to speak on the matter? Is there anyone remote? And as I say, this is aligning with the words of the ORSs and the state as the state uses. My understanding is emergency is just to align with the July 1st date.
September 1st date.
Oh, September.
Just shy of the 90 days.
Okay, yeah.
And so making it September 1st, that way the month and the quarter are all consistent for the reporting with the new requirements.
Okay, so yeah, there we go. So I knew it wasn't, yeah. Okay, so we'll close the public hearing on this matter. Any other discussion?
No,
Yeah.
TLT seems very easy to pick up, doesn't it? Don't have-
Well, yeah, and it was truly a room in a hotel or a motel, from the back in the day. So lodging has evolved over time. A home rental, lock-off unit, a room in a hotel or a motel, but a full home rental. So a whole bunch of opportunities for lodging, transient lodging. So any other discussion, or is there a motion?
Okay, Commissioner Chang has nothing? Okay. All right, so I will move approval of the first and second reading by title only of ordinance number 2025-006.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair,
Yes,
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Okay, at this time, this is first reading. Oh, I vote yes also. Thank you so much. Following the procedures. I was ready. At this time, first reading ordinance number 2025-006, an ordinance amending Title 4.08 transient lodging tax of the Deschutes County Code. Second reading ordinance number 2025-006, an ordinance amending Title 4.08 transient lodging tax of the Deschutes County Code.
okay, so now I can make the motion to moving to adopt ordinance number 2025-06 by emergency to take effect on September 1st, 2025.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
It's nice to know that it's going to be at the right day for the what is it, quarter?
September 1st. Okay, seeing no other discussion, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Hereby transient lodging tax, no more room tax.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just as a follow-up, we will return, or believe next week with, for the fee schedule discussion on the certificate of authority. We'll provide information at that time.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next week. Thank you. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, Judy.
Item number 11, board direction to schedule a hearing in response to the complaint for Four Rivers Vector Control District.
Morning, Commissioners. Dave Doyle, County Counsel.
Well, and I'd like to recuse myself. I'm real close to this. I know parties involved all over this. I've attended meetings. And we've done this recently. I'm going to stay in the room, but I'm going to step away from the dais for the other two commissioners to proceed on this matter. So Commissioner Dare, if you can run this for me.
Okay.
So before you, Commissioners, we're seeking your direction, which is required by state statute, to schedule and convene a hearing to consider the complaint that was submitted in early April by one of the board members, Amy Varner, regarding the president of the board of the Vector Control District. Again, statute mandates that you have this hearing to consider the complaint and see if potentially there's a grounds to remove the director involved. We didn't directly schedule or move to schedule the hearing because we wanted the board to, one, be aware that it's a mandate. You might recall a few months ago, we had a special road district matter similar to this, and the board elected not to hold a hearing. And statutorily, you have that ability with special road districts. You don't have that with vector control districts. If the complaint comes forward and isn't withdrawn, then you need to move forward and hold a hearing. The complaint's, now a month and a half old, so there appears to have been ample time for the parties to work this out amongst themselves, and apparently they haven't. So gets scheduled for a public hearing and gets aired that way. And then ultimately the board maybe makes a decision to take some action or maybe concludes there's not sufficient evidence and we're back to square one.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, Dave. Commissioner Chang, do you have any comments?
So Dave, today we are only deciding whether to hold the hearing, though. Is that correct?
Not even so much whether, it's simply your direction for us to schedule it. You don't have that discretion on whether or not to hear it. It has to be heard.
Okay.
Unless, again, unless the parties withdraw their complaint and their responses and just decide they're going to work it out amongst themselves.
Okay.
And quite frankly,
and-
that was some of staff's hope in putting a little time on this, was that maybe they'd work it out themselves, because it becomes a very public process if it comes before you folks here in the next couple, 2-3 weeks.
Okay.
And can we direct the public hearing today and they still work it out in the next couple of weeks before the hearing, so that it doesn't have to come to that?
Absolutely. If the complaining party withdraws the complaint and indicates that they've worked things out, then it'll go away and there's no need for a hearing. Otherwise, again, statute compels the hearing, and so the board would have to proceed with a hearing at that time. And what you're looking for, similar in some other for cause matters, you're looking for anything that would be that would rise to the level of a change in elector status, missing board meetings, self-dealing, ineptitude, misappropriation of funds, conduct that exposes the district to unreasonable risk of liability, or disruptive behavior at board meetings. So that's sort of the universe of conduct that you'd be looking for. And if you find that that did occur and that it was confirmed and there wasn't a valid reason for it, then you could take action against the particular director. And action could be some level of a suspension, a removal from the board, a public censure. Could be, there's not a whole lot of guidance on what the scope of that would be or what that menu of options includes. So it'd be relatively broad on your point. This is, to my knowledge, the first time that a complaint of this nature on a vector control district has made it to the Board of County Commissioners, certainly in the 11 years I've been here, but I'm not aware of one coming to this level previously either.
Okay. So,
You don't necessarily need to pick a date now. I can work with Brenda and I can reach out to the district and also the complaining party and make sure we schedule a time that's convenient for all those folks as well.
okay, it sounds appropriate. It's been a month and a half, and if we can get it on the schedule, we'll see if any clarity happens between the parties.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wait, could I say one or two things?
One or two?
Yeah. As we, as this goes to hearing, there are a lot of there are a lot of complaints that have been filed against the district, and those issues and digging into those issues may or may not rise to the level of one of the conditions that's set for removal of a board member. But a lot of them, I don't think that the patrons of the district are going to feel are necessarily best management practices. So they may not hit a legal threshold, but they are, there are things that I'm guessing that patrons of the district aren't going to want to hear that their district is doing. And we can air all that in a hearing if people want to, but I also think that it's possible that the district could choose to could choose to adopt some new operating practices or principles, which could address some of the concerns that have been raised and maybe head this whole thing off before it goes to a hearing. So I'd just like to encourage all the parties to think about that and discuss it. You know, are there certain kinds of business practices that the district could sign up for that would then make the hearing unnecessary?
Thank you, Commissioner Chang, for those remarks. All right.
Okay. So at this time, next item number 12, Cascades East Transit presentation, fare policy, and other updates. Mr. Bob Townsend, thank you for joining us.
Bob Townsend, Cascades East Transit Director.
Oh, magic. So I'm on the COIC board. I've been involved with this presentation and in the policy discussions at our COIC board meeting. So thanks for joining us today, and let's let more people hear about the big picture.
Before you start, could I ask you a question? There's these giant white buses with no identification on them whatsoever. Are those federal buses?
What they are, I've been seeing them too, or Highway 20.
Yes, Highway 20. They're there like in the morning all the time.
Some specialty charter bus, but yeah, there's no.
You have no idea.
A lot of high school sports these days too, so it could be anything.
No, but I mean, I see them like at 7 a.m. in the morning, and it's always very strange with no ID.
I would like to get my hands on these extra buses, but
Well, it could be a party bus, right? Anyway, okay, I just had to ask you because I thought if anybody would know, you might. Thank you.
or the next slide, please.
And you may be able to drive it.
Oh, can I?
Yep,
Oh, I can. Perfect.
there you go.
So, as Commissioner DeBonne mentioned, we've been doing updates around, certainly through the COIC board, but we're going to different county commissions through Central Oregon, different city councils. We have a lot of changes going on, and so just want to get as much as the updates out as possible. We have some public comment that we're accepting, and so some of the stuff today, I'll go over and certainly respect the commission to ask as many questions. A lot of it is just detail we wanted in the packet, so it's online and so people can see how to submit their comments as well. But I was going to talk about initiatives, I'm going to talk about affairs, just give a little bit of a logo update, and then with the transportation package in the state legislature still hopefully moving, just give a little update on the transit perspective and how it affects the. So we have a busy summer coming up. We've really looked at areas where we can improve our organization and improve the services we provide to Central Oregon. And one of the main things that, you know, has become apparent to me in reviewing everything is we don't quite meet the typical transit services that Central Oregon need from a commuter standpoint. Since the pandemic, we've adjusted our hours to 7:30 in the morning to 5:30 at night within the city of Bend. But our peak times of usage are in the middle of the day, which is not typical for a transit. It should be commuter-based, commuter-driven. Not that we shouldn't be providing access to people going to doctor's appointments and grocery stores and other social services throughout the day, but most successful transit agencies are ones based on, you know, getting people to and from work. And in Bend, for example, like I can't get to work until after 8, which isn't generally acceptable. And I only have to ride the bus one time. And so the big push for us, and effective June 2nd, will be going back to a 6 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. start as an initial adjustment. And so the intent is that, you know, we can, you know, people who want to get to work at 6:37, 7:38 will all have the opportunity. To coincide with that, we're adjusting the timeframes early and late so that buses will be every 30 minutes, which it's a little misconception on every 30 minutes. If you have to ride 2 buses, people think, you know, that's an hour. That's only if you got on the first stop and the last stop. Most people still on a 2-bus system within our service area would average 25 to 30 minutes to get to work on a 2-bus transfer. So big steps there. To coincide with that expansion, we're doing a tri-transit week, June 2nd through the Sunday, June 8th. And we'll be doing activities every day. We'll be, the 3 county commissioners here will be on an email going out early next week with some challenging about, using the service and how we can implore others to do as well. So we'll have daily activities at Hawthorne. We'll be doing outreach events, have a big media presence and things like that, just to really try to get that moving. The next big thing happening this summer, and July might not be the actual implementation, but certainly September, October for the final, is going to a transit pass type of system where you'll either have a phone app or a card, so that we can be a little bit more safety conscious of who is riding the bus. That way it leads into the fare implementation that is effective October 1st or soon thereafter, depending on board approval. And so the transit pass is going to be a big thing. It'll allow us to partner with community groups, allow us to, as I said, to make sure that people who need to ride the bus are riding it, and we're not having safety impacts by people who are no longer allowed to ride the bus. The other big thing here this summer on the Bend Fix route is effective July 14th, we'll be adding Route 8, which is the Northeast Bend, basically up 3rd Street, Cooley and 18th, Pine Nursery Park, Boyd Acres area that doesn't have any bus service now. So that'll be exciting to start. We're also, we'll be starting an airport route direct from Bend around that time frame. That date may actually be a little bit sooner. We're working through those details right now, and then we're still reevaluating Deschutes River Woods route. So a lot of things on the forefront here, and excited to have those opportunities, and excited to hopefully move towards a broader system here.
So, Bob, what about the Lapine Sun River route? Did that get reenacted? No.
Reenacted yet, and we'll talk about some of those. We're at, and depending on the legislative funding with these additions, that's probably what our budget allows. And so anything after that, we'll have to be looking at data to be, hey, this bus route is really not serving people. We're going to cancel it so we can add this one. But it'll be very challenging to add any further routes at our current funding. And so we're looking to where can we maximize those riders right now. And that's why these 3 areas are of top priority.
Because people that live in Lapine work at the resort in Sun River, and were the numbers not significant enough a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I mean, very low numbers. And I mean,
Okay.
some of that is maybe on CET, we're not doing outreach, but the numbers themselves wanted support over some of these others. And so that's what this tough decisions are. And we'll see how fares may introduce, we're hoping that by charging fares, we can potentially use that money for another 4 or 5 routes. And so maybe that one's certainly on the list that we're looking at. Prineville to Bend is another one. And so once we have some of
So
that-
Prineville to Bend, do you go through Redmond? No, I mean, is that the way the bus would go?
No. Right now, the only bus from Prineville is direct to Bend.
Okay.
Potential Prineville direct to Bend, so you don't have to ride as long.
Okay.
But those are all on this list of, and this is the challenging part, is it's not going to be able to just be adding, especially, if you look at the Bend fixed routes, and let's say with Route 8, we have 10 routes. We aren't going to be able to add any more with the bus drivers and buses we have. We're going to have to look at and be like, hey, and this is just, I'm not saying anything, but hey, Galveston route is really low ridership. We need to touch on over here. We're going to stop the Galveston route and add one here. That's really the dynamics that we probably are going to get out over the next couple of years, just with the funding needs.
So just real quick about that Lapine to Sun River route. The trick is we have the bus stop areas, downtown Lapine and Wickiup Junction. But most folks that would be in that situation need to come back south for a couple miles to get to those spots to go north. If there was someday maybe there'll be a route up a Day Road and people could walk all over it but then that means bus stops on Day Road, which is not designed for. So there's just some tricks in there, but that's the problem. It's like the consolidated areas where the buses start from are 3 to 5 miles south of where people live. And then you're going 7 miles north.
And the other problem with some of our routes, and that one's a typical one. Yeah, we'd have ridership in the morning and afternoon, depending on work shifts, but we wouldn't have it during the day. And then what do you do with that bus? And whereas, like the Lapine to Bend route has riders throughout the day, and so it's a broader use. But all of those are on our future to look at. It's just the when and how are they funded. So I don't want to go through a lot of detail on this part. Just like I said, this is mostly for the record that if anybody gets online and looks at it, but we're implementing, or we have a fare policy at COIC. The COIC board approved it. We've had one in the past, but we updated a little bit. And what that includes is just, this is unique in the fact that we haven't had fares for 5 years. Normally, when you have fare adjustments in a transit world, you're adjusting them every year. It's a quarter here, it's 50 cents here, you're adding a route. But since we haven't had anything, we're just taking additional time to get as much public comment as required. And so the intent is to have the COIC board review and approve new fares at our August 7th COIC board meeting. And so up to that, we have some 30 and 45-day public comment periods, but we're extending them they started last week. So on our website, we'll have different public meetings, whether at our Regional Public Transit Advisory Committee here, we'll be at City of Bend, we'll be at all these places, and certainly comments can be turned into me. They can be turned in online. And so that's what this covers, is just like, how do people provide comments about the upcoming fares? And the final straw is on August 7th, we have to have a public meeting. And so we'll take comments there as well. But that's what all this is leading up towards. And like I said, the target is August 7th. And if anybody has questions about how to introduce feedback, I know our board's interested in hearing it. And it's not just about the fares themselves, it's also about who would get reduced fares and how they're implemented. And so again, not a lot of detail here, but I did want to show, well, how did we get to a proposed $2 fare is basically what we're proposing to the board and what we're getting feedback on now. Of course, the board can change that at any future meeting, but we're in line with everybody else in Oregon, the major transit providers. Yet we're the only ones who don't have supplemental pay or tax funding, like TriMet has the tax district and things like that. So for us to be in between is, a good reflective start right now. And again, this isn't forever. This is just a point in time. Certainly there'll be a tryout period. We'll want to reevaluate our numbers and things like that. But that's what this chart is, just showing the comparisons between TriMet, Chariots in Salem, Lane in Rogue Valley, and Medford. So here's the proposal that and the reason we did this and are so public with it ahead of time is for the reasons I mentioned, that we're re-implementing something that hasn't happened for 5 years. So we had our board help us with this as well, so that it's not a complete shock to anyone. But this is the document that's posted online. This is the document that we're sharing, and this is the document we want feedback on as far as fares go. Now it's broken into the top and the bottom. The top is the fare information that matters for the feedback. Not that the bottom recreational routes don't, but by law, we can't use tax dollars on those recreational routes. So they have to either pay for themselves or make money. So those rates are determined a little bit differently than, whereas the top, certainly we're subsidized with tax dollars. So they're not paying for everything, but it's setting a model. And so from those, you can see, if you remember the last fare policy, we had 6 or 7 different fare types, depending on if you were rural, connector, Bend fixed route, flex route, and things like that. We're really only going to 2 now. And that's, general trips are $2. Dial-a-ride is $4. It costs us a lot more to operate Dial-a-ride. And the Federal Transit Administration allows us to double the prices on Dial-a-ride. But the other major things on this chart is the 3-trip max. So once you've made 3 trips in a day, everything else is free, and this is full fare. We estimate that only about 20 to 25% of our current riders would be paying full fare. Everyone else would qualify for one of the reductions. And so questions on this table or in the future, and like I said, this is what we're taking comment on, and the board can choose as they will moving forward. But this is the basis that we're taking.
So you said expect 25% to pay full fare, so for $2. So then after that, it's discounted, which is half of that.
Which is half price, yeah.
So that just put it in my, and yeah, so somebody that's, what's the age for,
Or just, let's just say it's 60 and over.
yeah, so somebody that's 61 is going to pay $1,
Yeah.
$3 max. Yeah,
Max.
just
And
make
that-
sure.
And that's through us. A lot of public, or a lot of social service providers have other programs where they pay all transit, so someone could be still paying that money behind the scene to us. but
Yeah.
The provider is not paying it as well. There's certainly those programs as well. One of the things, certainly we'll get comments on the fares, whether they're too much or too low. Whoops. Oh. But a lot of the comments will come on who gets a reduced rate. And as Commissioner DeBonne said, the reduced rate is half price. So it's $1 on all the fixed routes. Dial-A-Ride is $4 no matter what. There's no qualifying for that. Most Dial-A-Rides cost us between $15 and $35. So, $4. And again, I've been trying to sell this point, but the purpose of fares, certainly there's a revenue component that's important, right? It allows us to stretch our dollars, but it's also a controlling mechanism where right now we have a lot of people taking advantage of our free Dial-A-Ride services and scheduling 50 to 60 rides a month, 2 or 3 rides a day, when in the future they'll still be allowed to schedule those, but they'll have to pay for them. But more than likely what'll happen is they'll consolidate trips and be like, hey, I'm going to do the grocery store, the doctor, and lunch together on one trip instead of paying 3 different times on the day. So that's a very important factor in fares. Here's a list of some of the reduced age. These are all typical reductions in most programs. Like if you're aware of the City of Bend utility discounts or the transportation fee discount, these are the same as theirs. These are standard federal transit discounts, students, age, veteran status, and things like that. So these are individual ones. And then we have the group ones that are certainly Confederated Tribe of Warm Springs, and then private nonprofit agencies, businesses. Again, fares are important, but it's more important about getting ridership, supporting business and things like that. So if there's something not on the list that we've missed, we're happy to work with partners, happy to provide the reduction. Having 10 people only pay $1 instead of $2 is not going to hurt our budget, but those future riders will definitely impact the transportation system. So all of these are available for comment as well. Just quickly, I did want to update, and we tentatively have a new logo as far as the black and white version. The board at the June COIC board will be approving the final color dynamics. We've done a lot of research through our staff and outreach trying to get to the final update. And so we're happy about this. The current CET logo doesn't have a lot to do with transportation or the Cascades, which is in our name. So happy to, as part of this really expansion in services, having a rebranding. The logo is one thing. I think we're all familiar. Deschutes County, City of Bend logos here and stuff are one thing, but then we'll also be updating the graphics that we use on our buses and really trying to just look a little sharper. All our new buses will be gray in color, but we'll potentially have murals based on if it's a Warm Springs bus, maybe it's more Desert View than if it's the Bachelor buses and things like that. So we're excited to do that. Again, though, this is a process where we're not going to change the logo out overnight on 80 buses. It's going to be the new buses get the new logo. We'll phase it out just so we don't expend a lot of dollars on this.
So if anybody has thoughts about that, give me a call because I'll be a voting member of the final setup. But yeah, looks like it's kind of getting landed with what we're proposing
So
here.
where's the angle taken from for the picture on the left?
On the bus.
Yeah, on the bus.
Yeah, oh, those are just AI generated graphics. Those aren't any of the final graphics we're doing. We just wanted to show how we could paint
Okay.
the side of a bus and
All right, because I was hearing about AI and how it was actually using something somewhere way else than and it wasn't the Three Sisters. And so I was
Yeah.
just wondering,
certainly have an artist, and we may use AI to touch up some of it, but then your example is perfect, right? We want to match the Three Sisters appearance, so you have to kind of edit those parts, yet you can take the forest and the snow and then edit the top of the mountains. And so that's probably what will happen. Or we may you know, if artists want to donate time, we're looking at all these things, having competitions with school kids or something to paint a mural for that we can put as a sticker on a bus. So we want to minimize our costs yet still have a high quality product.
Great.
I did want to give an update on the legislative potential changes, and the board here has already signed a letter supporting some of this, but this is this QE definition from House Bill 2017 and ORS 184 that as far as the statewide transportation improvement funds that are the payroll tax for transit go to QEs, which are by definition all of the counties in Oregon. And then in our unique situation, then that money comes to us and we use it. Now, administratively, we lose 5 or 10% of those costs just because of significant auditing and some other things that have to go on. And so our proposal here is in the top half or the top of that document, the black and white is the current language. And we're just proposing it in a perfect world. It would have added the yellow part. This isn't how it'll look. We're proposing to add it to any transportation bill or other bill of relevance, just a statement that says at the discretion, the county can designate a transportation provider, which is us, as their QE. The control still remains with the county. If they're not happy with the service we're providing, we can go status quo. But in our case, the 3 counties would like to get out of the business right now. But I also look at it as it's an opportunity for us to continue to prove ourselves. If it's not working, the county will take back that control and we'll have to earn it back, which is fine. But it does have the potential to stretch our dollars. And so what we've touched at on this is 3 key areas. There are some just administrative rules that ODOT's established that had made the process more cumbersome than we think even the legislation meant to in 2017. So we're working that at a staff level, trying to just get a couple of the rules adopted. Like, hey, if one audit is done and the other entity certifies it, then why do we have to do separate audits and things like that? And we did think House Bill 2795, and this is what the county's letter was regarding, was going to move forward with some QE definition. It doesn't look like that's moving forward. And so we had to scramble now. And now we have another letter by just our board with, of course, all county representatives and city representatives just asking for that same type of sentence on whatever transportation bill. So we'll continue to push that over the next month in hopes that we can get that added. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. We proceed as is. But again, we think there's some administrative costs that can be saved and actually used where intended. So really that's it. On a broad update, there is certainly some other legislation about the transit payroll tax and increases. We're certainly happy to answer questions about those impacts, but really don't take a stand either way on our proposal.
If I can just offer, Bob, I just want to say thank you very much for extending the hours. I know myself included and other county employees really appreciate beginning as early as 6 a.m. and going to 7:30 in the evening, recognizing that not everybody works an 8 to 5 schedule. I, for one, used to take the bus weekly to support it and convenience and everything else. And it's just a one stop. But when it moved to the reduced hours, I could never leave my office by 5 o'clock in order to make that 5:15 bus or whatever it is. So that makes a big difference. And I just want to say thank you. I think it really benefits county employees to offer that for the extended hours will really serve our employees well.
No, and I appreciate that. And I think that lends in toward, certainly getting it updated, getting the public aware of it, but then having these challenges back to county, city staff, ODOT, and that's what we'll be intending on doing. Certainly, I will be able to ride the bus starting June 2nd now to work and home in the evenings. But then the next step is really trying to work with community partners, businesses, and maybe there's opportunities to adjust schedules a little bit to even reflect the actual bus timing even better. But we're happy to add this as a first step. And certainly, it has some other ramifications in the evening that hours around, the large happy hour presence downtown and how we can potentially, aid in other things that way, not just as a commuter-based system.
Great.
I remember that's what I had to argue for in La Pine when they were doing that, because it was people that were working at the resort and they needed to actually get to work. And so they did extend those. And then in the middle of the day, okay, you're saying that if there's not that need there, maybe those buses can go somewhere else. But hopefully there'll be extra funding so you can spread it a little thinner.
Yeah, and I think the other opportunity is this example of the buses can go somewhere else, that maybe they're not in Sun River, but we certainly see a peak in Bend during certain times of the day. So can that bus run 2 trips to Sun River or something, and then midday it's running down an express route on 3rd Street? We haven't been very creative over the years in our bus system usage, right? We need to think outside the box because we're certainly unique between the, Warm Springs, Madras, Redmond, Prineville, Bend, Sisters, Lapine type of connections, and then internal to how things get really heavy in the evening downtown here and on 3rd Street in the middle of the day. And how can we maybe switch some buses around instead of just being like, hey, you're on this route starting at 6 and we'll see you at 7 tonight. But maybe we can switch things around. And so we're looking at a lot of those opportunities too.
I really thank you for being there and thinking out of the box, because definitely, and there's always the parking issue downtown.
Yeah,
So
I think that's some of this coordination. We're certainly working with the city of Bend, but just because we change our hours downtown, for example, just because we have a bus stop, if we're not working together on their coordination of parking fees and things like that, then it's not really enforcing people to use the bus. So there'll be a lot of partnership opportunities there too.
So there'll be a opportunity to ride. We're going to really promote that. I've always said the choice rider, referring to somebody just, trying to get to the office, coffee cup and attaché, or backpack. I guess no more briefcases, but backpack. There's opportunities in there all over it.
Yeah, and I think that's, are we going to get very many people who are just like, hey, now I can ride the bus every day? But it's just, for me, granted, I'm at Hawthorne, so it's easy because every bus comes there. But, when I meet with Eric King or someone downtown, I schedule it to be when the bus stops there. And then I pick my, there's just little opportunities here or there, right, that are really beneficial, especially as people complain more and more about congestion in Bend. It's nice instead of honking the horn and potentially cussing at people in front of you versus just sitting with your headphones on.
There you go.
Relaxation.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, thank you. Bob, I wanted to let me start by saying that the House Republican caucus proposed transportation framework zeroes out state investment of those STIF funds coming from payroll taxes to public transit. And I think the belief there is that somehow fares and local government investments are going to make it possible for public transit to run on its own without those STIF dollars. So just to give everyone a clear sense of what fares can and can't do and how big the STIF investment, how important or foundational the STIF investment is in a public transit system, could you run through for us what those various, really those two things, what is, how much of your operating budget is the STIF funding? How much would, how much of your operating budget, your kind of future operating budget will bringing back fares cost or produce?
Yeah, certainly. So it's pretty complicated because we're on a grant-based system. And so when we talk about our operating budget next year of around 30 million, some of it involves about $10 million in grants that we got for new buses, facilities, and things like that. So yes, those are important, but at the same time, if we didn't get those grants, then our operating budget would be 20 million and we'd make that work too. So I don't want to give the false sense that 30 million is our typical operating budget because it's really dependent on the grants that year. As far as fares related towards the STIF funds, fares are different. We've certainly been collecting fares on Bachelor, Ride the River, Lava Butte, Transit to Trails, but those pay for themselves. And so let's just say we're getting about $1 million in those fares, but they're dollar for dollar, right? So we could take them out of our budget and wouldn't be impacted as well, other than they minimize our overhead. Our new fare proposals based on the costs, and there's so many variables, we know we're going to lose about 10% of the ridership once we implement fares, but with these added times, we assume we're gonna increase 20%, and then it's hard to say, but right now we anticipate, not this year, but next year, another 750,000 to $1 million in fares. So the broader picture is fares are about 2 million out of our 30 million. The rest are federal grants. Yeah, the city of Bend, some other cities give a little bit of money. We have federal dollars for the fixed route here in Bend, but then the rest is STIP related. And so if we maintain the current rate, we think we can expand all our services, and we're good for 2 or 3 years, not knowing what inflation, and we'll do the expanded services that we talked about this summer under our current stiff payroll tax, which is 0.1%, and we'll be good for the next few years. That's really all I could guarantee based on not knowing. If it goes away, then we would probably not, we'd be okay for this year and next, because that's how our budget works. But after that, we would have to start reducing certainly our commuter-based model, because the funds pay for the community connectors for the most part. And so that would be substantial. Now, I don't think they're going to take away completely. I know that's what the one proposal is, but if it did, there would be substantial. If it increases at all, it'll be expansion as far as additional routes and potentially times. Instead of every 30 minutes, some routes would be every 15 minutes and things like that if there were additional payroll dollars. And those are the impacts of the broad spectrum of it. But certainly we're very reliant on the STIF dollars right now for our rural system.
Thank you. And, a couple of years back, representatives from CET were explaining to me that the costs to administer a fare system are pretty significant. So you might make $750K to $1 million from the commute routes, by collecting fares. But do you have a feel for what the administrative overhead associated with collecting those fares is?
Yeah, so those are net dollars that I gave you, and that's, we see the 20% or see a 10% reduction, 20% growth. We know we're going to see a reduction in our dial-a-ride as well, but we think, the airport shuttle and things will make up some dollars. But in the past, the administrative costs were a lot more because everything was cash. We weren't collecting as much as we should, because then it was an argument when you got on the bus to be like, are you 60 or over? Do you have another qualifying thing? So, it'd be like, you're fine or whatever. And then it would take 2 or 3 people per our protocol to count cash all the time. So it was just costing us just as much almost to collect as not. That's why it was a pretty easy decision to go away back then. But now with transit passes, yeah, there's an upfront cost for that. But once those are in place, once the phone app is in place, yeah, you may have to pay 1% or 2% on every transaction, but most of your money is being recouped there, and then it's saving efficiency, where we're just transferring from bank accounts. We don't have 2 people counting dollar bills and quarters in the back room and then signing it and then counting again to make sure. And so I do anticipate our initial costs, because we're going to have some new electric readers on the buses, but most of them already had them from before too. We just weren't using them that our first year. And that's why, like, if we can get to October 1st, whatever fares we receive the last 3 months of the year, we'll probably pay for all our implementation costs, and then it'll be a small percentage moving forward. So that's the impetus of the date. But if it slipped to November 1st or December, it's more about getting the pass system, the readers, the phone app all in place.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the update. You're going to make your way around to other commissions and city councils too, right?
The goal of Commissioner DeBonne is that you have to hear it about 5 or 6.
Oh yeah, see, that's gonna, yeah, I'll be hearing about it.
Laugh at all the same jokes.
Well, and I'll get on the bus. Yeah, the challenge to ride is heard, so I'll get on the bus.
Oh, Bob, we did hear from one person in our meeting maybe 2 months ago that there were drugs on the bus. And I don't know if that's something you can address. I don't have any personal experience other than that one person was really concerned. And I just thought, if that's really happening, we need to stuff that.
Yeah, and so that's one of the biggest things about, certainly the transit pass allows us to collect funds, but right now, and one of the shocking things to me when I started at CET last year, and I've said this before, but you know, at ODOT and the DMV, we had the board that had 2 or 3 pictures of people on there that weren't allowed because they had violated safety or something. Well, our notebook at CET has about 500 to 1,000 on any given time. There's no way a bus driver can know. And so we have these issues where someone's been banned for drugs or alcohol or just behavior, and we keep them off the bus for a few weeks. They've been banned for life, and then all of a sudden, we have a new bus driver somewhere and they're on again and create another thing. And with the transit pass, and it's, it's a code system, they're off, and that it's easy to track. And so when they flash their badge, if they've been restricted, it'll be red and they won't be allowed to ride the bus. So certainly one of the biggest and most important benefits of this pass system is that it allows us to track. And I say track, if you want a reduced rate, you're going to have to show ID, you're going to have to show a driver's license. If you don't want a reduced rate, you just want to sign up your phone anonymously with a phone number, then that's what gets banned. And so you'll have to keep switching your phone or something, but you won't have to give personal information if you don't want a reduction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information.
Thank you so much. Item number 13, resolution regarding public use fire restrictions on unprotected lands and county-owned lands.
Morning, Commissioners and county staff. For the record, Kevin Moriarty, Deschutes County Forester. I'm here today to recommend moving approval of Resolution 2025-013. This will be to impose public use restrictions on county lands and unprotected lands, and imposing that restriction on June 1st. Every year since 2014, Deschutes County has imposed public use restrictions to prevent wildfire starts on unprotected lands and lands owned by Deschutes County. Unprotected lands are defined as those lands outside structural fire protection districts and Oregon Department of Forestry fire protection. As we transition to warmer and drier summer weather, staff presents the possible restrictions for the board for its consideration. And I can just go into a couple of what those restrictions will be. Some of the highlights will be open fires are prohibited, including campfires, charcoal fires, cooking fires, and warming fires, except in designated areas. Portable cooking stoves using liquefied or bottled fuels are allowed. Chainsaw use would be prohibited between the hours of 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. And would also need to carry firefighting equipment. And then also cutting and grinding would also be restricted between 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. The use of motor vehicles, except on improved roads or except for the use of the landowner and landowner employees, would be prohibited. And also requiring possession of firefighting equipment, for example, like using a shovel, a fire extinguisher, and a gallon of water. So that's kind of some of the highlights. I guess I could just open it up for comments and questions at this time.
Yeah, so unprotected lands, I guess just the definition there, reminding us the concept of what we're even talking about there.
Yeah, so, we have fire protection districts throughout Deschutes County, and then we have ODF protection that mostly covers forested lands. So we do have a few unprotected lands that aren't under a fire protection district up on the north part of our county, on the east part of our county as well. So they don't actually have fire protection. And so that's where this restriction would be imposed as well.
And these basically are best practices for when it's hot and dry in the summertime.
Correct.
And on the next page, it actually said use of fireworks is prohibited. So I just thought that might be an important one to add.
Yeah, use of fireworks as well.
Great. Well, yeah, I'm supportive. This is, we have been doing this for many years. This is really just an absolute reminder that we do have unprotected lands. Best practices are appropriate in the summertime. We do have day use only on county properties now too. So this will kind of backstop that for, folks that are thinking that they're going to cook something in the hot summer day and a little fire on the ground.
Oh, and I think it's a good time to say Fire Free in the rural communities actually goes through this Saturday. So please clean up if you haven't already done so.
Yeah, and I just want to remind folks that for county employees, I think there was a little bit or not understanding how that works. For county employees, all we're recommending is to carry that firefighting equipment with you if you are going on county lands. So having that shovel, that gallon of water, and that fire extinguisher.
Great. Is there a motion for this resolution?
Yes. All right. So move approval of resolution number 2025-013.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second, so yeah, so I'll read the resolution header after we get through this. Any other discussion? Seeing
If I
none,
could
Commissioner
just-
Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
I just want, in terms of
Oh,
discussion,
go ahead.
I'd just like to add that every year there are people, this is sort of related. Every year there are people who ask us to ban fireworks across the county in areas, well, outside of the areas that already have bans, like the City of Sisters, and the City of Bend. But to folks who are concerned about fireworks out in the unincorporated county, I just want to recall that we did an analysis, our prior county forester did an analysis a few years back of ignitions, what is actually causing ignitions of fires and where, and really what he determined was that the only place where we had significant ignitions of wildfires and fires in communities from fireworks was inside the City of Bend, and then the City of Bend implemented a 4th of July or a summer fireworks ban, or actually I guess maybe it's the whole year, or maybe it's just summer. So to folks who are concerned about use of fireworks out in the unincorporated county, the data just doesn't suggest that it is a concern at this point. That could change in the future, and I'd like to think that we'd be open to reconsidering if the data suggested that kind of a policy was necessary.
Thank you for that comment. So this is, yeah, I was calling for the vote for this resolution.
Yeah, and I was trying to, I was trying to take advantage of our discussion component. So my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. And Chair will vote yes also. So this is acknowledging a resolution 2025-013, a resolution declaring a state of emergency and imposing public use restrictions on all unprotected wildlands within the unincorporated Deschutes County and all lands owned by Deschutes County. So that resolution will be in place on June 1st. So, yeah, Commissioner Chang, you're asking specifically for action or discussion on fireworks?
No, I'm saying that for people who are calling for fireworks bans, that we looked at it and the data did not support a fireworks ban in the unincorporated county at that time. And if there comes a time when the data does support consideration of that, I would hope we'd be open to doing that. But that I don't necessarily think that moment is now. Our county forester, who's tracking fires and fire ignition sources, if he wants to tell us that he thinks that the moment is now, then we could consider it.
There's another reason for fireworks, because I believe it is illegal. I have someone in my community that sets off fireworks, and I hear from a lot of other neighbors that it's scaring their animals to death. So I believe it is illegal. I don't know, some sheriff will have to confirm that, but that's what I was told.
Okay,
Yeah, so this resolution would, impose banning fireworks for starting June first, so we at least have that, and we could look at it further to see if, we are having issues with fireworks outside of.
Good.
And
So yeah, as our county forester and kind of lands manager, uh, feel free to communicate with us as things evolve.
and
We'll go from there.
Kevin, this resolution only affects unprotected areas and county properties, not all lands outside of incorporated cities.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Those were imposed by that fire protection district.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the kind of annual requests that come up are for us to ban fireworks across the unincorporated county. So that's what I was trying to speak to. And I'm sure we'll be hearing, we'll be receiving some of those requests, between now and 4th of July.
Okay.
Great. Okay, thank you very much. So we've got 2 more agenda items. I'd appreciate just a 5-minute break this morning, and then we'll get to those items. And I plan on taking a break and reconvening at 1 o'clock. So hopefully our day will be broken into 2 parts. So just a 5-minute break right now, please. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for the recess. So this is item number 14, consideration of second reading for ordinance for temporary hardship dwelling text amendments.
Good morning, Commissioners. Your Planning Manager, Will Gross, filling in for Nicole Mardell, off on a well-deserved vacation. This is, I'm presenting ordinance 2025 for consideration for second reading. This will adopt text amendments to the Deschutes County Code relating to temporary hardship dwellings. That's file number 24725000078-TA. Board conducted the first hearing on May 7th. And staff wants to note that we corrected a minor clerical error in Exhibit C. The word medical had been removed from temporary hardship dwelling, so it's a temporary medical hardship dwelling, of course, correction since the first reading. And staff here in this ordinance is proposing a standard adoption process following a second reading. If the board so moves, the ordinance would be effective 90 days from today on August 19th. This one, just a little bit of color commentary. There's, to the extent that this is adopted today by the board, there's someone already in the hopper who would benefit from some of these changes for something that was technically not allowed under the current code and would be allowed under the existing code due to the change in definition from a property owner being the focus of this as opposed to the resident being a focus of the ordinance in accordance with state statute. So already some benefits to be had. But not to get ahead of you, it's second reading.
If it passes. So what was the slight clerical error
In
change?
Exhibit C, the word medical had
Just
been omitted from temporary medical hardship dwelling.
Okay, good.
Well, should it say that in every place? Like
Um,
on line number 9 on page 117 in our packet, it says temporary hardship dwelling. Should it say temporary medical hardship dwelling? And then on line Z on page 113, it just says a temporary hardship dwelling. I mean, if you're going to be consistent,
The notion is that there are multiple types of hardship dwellings. So the state statute now has requirements for medical hardship dwellings as well as hardship dwellings that are enacted in accordance with a governor's declaration of emergency. So there's provisions for different types of hardship dwellings. Maybe I've had this backwards. Let me double check. I am filling in for Nicole. It may be that we had medical in there in a case where we were using just temporary hardship dwelling.
So removing the word.
Yeah, I must be removing it. Okay.
That may,
makes
yeah.
so because it's not there in those spots that I just
Let me
pulled
double
out.
check in Exhibit C.
And I see another page.
Yeah, specifically in Exhibit C where it was updated in the forest use zone. Yep, it was the other way around. My apologies.
There we go.
I'm going like, okay, I find it on
Oh,
each
yeah.
page.
Well, that's
All
good that
right.
we saw that.
Yeah,
Understood.
Sure, thank you.
So temporary hardship.
Oh.
Okay, so this is a proposal for the second reading. Is there a motion?
I move to conduct second reading of ordinance number 2025-005 by title only.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair will vote yes. So and I did vote. Okay, so second reading, ordinance number 2025-005, an ordinance amending the Deschutes County Code Title 18, zoning ordinance relating to temporary hardship dwellings. At this time, is there a motion to adopt?
Could I just ask one question? Will, exactly what zones is this legal in?
So the medical hardship dwelling is allowed in most of our zones. The difference is that existing buildings are eligible for use in the EFU Forest, Rural Service Center, Terrebonne, Tumalo, Rural Commercial, and Sun River zones. But the MUA 10 zone and RR 10 zone are precluded from using medical hardship dwelling, existing buildings as medical hardship dwellings by state law. And
Okay, so MUA and RR are prohibited.
they're allowed, but you can't use an existing building.
Oh, you have to do a new building?
No. So this is a good question. So in our current code, with the exclusion of the resource zones, farm and forest, a medical hardship dwelling has to either be a manufactured home or a recreational vehicle. And so and currently the EFU and forest zone, the farm and forest zones under state statute allow the use of an existing building as an additional option for the temporary hardship dwelling. This ordinance extends that ability to use an existing building. Existing is defined as of one that was in existence 2 years prior to the application for the medical hardship. It extends that to the Rural Service Center, Terrebonne zones, Tumalo zones, rural commercial, and Sun River zones. But we were not able to extend that to the RR10 and the MUA10, which are expressly prohibited from that use of existing buildings by state statute.
Okay, very clear. Thank you. So I can now move to adopt ordinance number 2025-005.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt this ordinance to be effective 90 days from now. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare
Yes.
and Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Great. Well, so folks are already following this topic and this will be valuable. One of the items is going from a 1-year review to a 2-year review, which should be valuable in people that are, medically fragile, elderly, where they can just settle in for a while. So with that, thank you very much. At this time, item number 15, continued public hearing, reconsideration of Deschutes County 2040 Comprehensive Plan Update.
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Will Groves, your planning manager, here filling in for Nicole Mardell again. This is a public hearing for the 2040 Comprehensive Plan reconsideration. File number is 247-250-000-125-PA. A little bit of background on this. In October 2024, the plan was adopted by the board and appealed to the Land Use Board of Appeals. February of this year, the petitioner's brief from Central Oregon Land Watch was received. In March, LUBA confirmed confirmation of our request for reconsideration. And important date to keep in mind, on September 8th, 2025 is the deadline for us to get this reconsideration done, and we're well on track for that. Of course, this is a limited de novo process, and I'll talk more about that later about the limits on this hearing. We had an initial public hearing on April 23rd, and the board continued to this date and voted to continue both the oral and written. Public comments. So as of 8 a.m. on today, we had 65 public comments. Updating that slide number. They were concerning mostly compliance with Goal 14 with regard to new residential industrial developments on rural lands, rezoning of farm and forest lands, and the adoption of the comprehensive plan, including the acknowledgement status of prior policies carried over from prior plans. In terms of, so we'll conduct a public hearing today. And at the end of that, you'll have options to continue the hearing to a time and date certain, close the hearing and leave the written record open, or set a date of deliberations, or close the hearing and commence deliberations. And of course, Nicole Mardell, I'm filling in for today, receives all the record materials associated with this, and the record materials are bit.ly/Deschutes 2040 reconsideration. Because this is a continued public hearing, the normal statements that we do at the beginning of the public hearing are not required at this point, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much for that introduction. So yes, this is a continued public hearing, Comprehensive Plan 2040, legislative matter. So, but we are at that kind of narrowed testimony related to petitioner's brief submitted by Central Oregon Land Watch. And so, yeah, we paused the appeal, and this is a reconsideration on the matter. So just kind of getting my head around where we're at too. So at this time, we have 2 requests to speak. If there's anybody else in the room, please fill out a form, and then also anybody online. So I think I just received these in order. So Rory Isbell, please join us again, Central Oregon Land Watch.
Morning, Chair DeBone, Commissioners Adair and Chang. My name is Rory Isbell. I'm a staff attorney with Central Oregon Land Watch. Our address is 2843 Northwest Lolo Drive, Suite 200, Bend, Oregon 97703. I want to thank you once again for hearing public testimony on your reconsideration of the 2040 Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan. As you know, Land Watch's appeal of that plan is really based on Goal 14 of the statewide land use planning program. Goal 14 directs all local governments in Oregon to accommodate new population growth inside urban growth boundaries. It's really a core part of our over 50-year-old land use system. Landwatch believes that Goal 14 limits how much accommodation of that new residential, industrial, and commercial growth a county may allow on its rural farm and forest lands. The policies of your new comprehensive plan allow unlimited rezoning of those lands for that new residential, industrial, and commercial growth. As this board well knows, over the last several years, the rate of these conversions of farm and forest land for those uses has been accelerating. County staff records show that around 3,000 acres of farm and forest lands have been rezoned for those residential and industrial uses over about the past 12 years. Each one of those rezoning decisions not only increases the rural population, which Landwatch believes is counter to Goal 14, but increases wildfire risk in the rural county, which you've been discussing this morning. Those rezoning decisions degrade wildlife habitat. They strain public infrastructure and services, the transportation systems that the county's responsible for, and the police and firefighting and all other public services that have to then extend their reach out to new population. Those rezoning decisions further strain groundwater supplies in an era of increased demands and in many places shrinking groundwater tables. Under the comprehensive plan policies that Landwatch challenges, as our appeal that led to this reconsideration, nothing stops the county's current rate of conversion from either continuing or even accelerating. So we do ask perhaps a novel legal question in this appeal. We're already 3,000 acres converted. Would 5,000 acres violate Goal 14? What about 10,000 or 50,000 acres? It's our position that Goal 14 does place a limit on new population growth that a county may allow outside of an urban growth boundary. So as part of this reconsideration, we respectfully request that the county consider new comprehensive plan policies that would limit those conversions of rural farm and forest land for new residential and industrial commercial uses. It's our position that that's what Goal 14 requires. Thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you very much. Question for you. So you're acknowledging this is a novel legal question in the 50-year history of the state of Oregon's land use system?
Yeah. You probably know the history. Most counties adopted their first comprehensive plans in the late 70s or 80s. There haven't been many wholesale updates to county comprehensive plans as Deschutes County, just adopted at the end of last year. There's certainly case law, which, you have our full petition for review, our legal brief that cites all that case law that talks about how Goal 14 applies to new conversions of farm and forest land for residential or industrial uses. But it's our position that Goal 14 similarly applies in this situation where a county is adopting a new comprehensive plan. It's really those policies of your plan that control when, where, how often any of those conversions of farm and forest land may happen.
So then my understanding of Goal 14 is an orderly growth path for an urban growth boundary area. So, I would acknowledge that this would be a novel, unique way to apply that, because you have a circle and a UGB, and Goal 14 is the intention of how does that UGB grow. And this is it just feels like it's a very different topic. So I would acknowledge that this feels like a novel use of the state land use system to say that something that's disconnected, remote from an urban growth boundary should be stopped because it's urbanization, which, as I say, that's novel. I would just acknowledge that.
Sure, that's fair. If I could comment, Goal 14.
Please, this is our legislative process right here.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner DeBone. Goal 14 applies to both cities and counties. It does impose urban growth boundaries. We think of those as a city responsibility, but there's land on both sides of a UGB. And I'll point again to some of the case law we cite where Goal 14 does apply directly to county land use decisions that allow new residential, industrial, commercial uses outside of urban growth boundaries. So I think to some extent, you're correct, right? A UGB is a city's responsibility. Deciding how much land must be inside that UGB to accommodate growth. That, of course, it's a coordinated process between the city and the county, but it's largely a city process. But Goal 14 is pretty broad. It also applies to county land use decision-making.
Well, and I would acknowledge that, but I would assert that it's for the purpose of supporting urban growth expansion, and that's at the perimeter of an urban growth boundary. And now it's being proposed that it apply to a rural resource land. It's just different paths, as so we'll see where we
Yeah,
go.
and in our petition for review, again, we sort of discuss how the county's practice under the policies and the new plan allows those conversions both in far away rural lands, a dozen or more miles from any urban growth boundary, but also adjacent to an urban growth boundary. And as a product of the county's zoning code, which is only as good as the comprehensive plan allows, right? The comprehensive plan is, they teach you in planning school, it's the constitution of a local government, and any of the implementing ordinances and the zoning code cannot conflict with that comprehensive plan. So the county's zoning code authorized by the comprehensive plan allows increased density near an urban growth boundary. And in certain types of developments, planned developments, there's no minimum lot size. So both broadly, the volume or the area of conversions of farm and forest land that we see this comprehensive plan allows, we believe that poses a Goal 14 problem, but also specifically with some of those properties, depending on their location, and again, in our legal brief, that's an argument we make that there's no consideration of location. And in those instances where conversion of farm and forest land near or in many cases adjacent to, so bordering an urban growth boundary, allows a new residential neighborhood with no minimum lot sizes, we believe that's a pretty clear Goal 14 problem of accommodating new urban population growth outside of an urban growth boundary.
As I say, I've engaged at this with you. Thank you very much. But so our minimum lot size for multiple use agriculture 10, rural residential 10, it feels like, our previous comprehensive plan, and then before that even, these were basically worked out in the fact that the vision is a 10-acre minimum. Obviously, a cluster development is a special use case path down that, but we're talking 10 acres is the vision, and it's been worked out in the previous versions of our comprehensive plan, so.
Sure, and I think that's a great point that those zones were created in previous versions of the comprehensive plan. Both the MUA and RR zones were adopted, 30, 40 years ago when the county adopted its first comprehensive plan in 1979. And they're intended to apply to exception lands. So those are the lands outside of the urban growth boundary that had already been developed with rural residential or rural industrial uses. Talking about the MUA and RR zones, those would be existing rural residential uses. So those zones were created, designed, catered to apply only to those areas. And that's fair, right? A 10-acre minimum lot size for any of those lands that were already somewhat developed with rural residential uses, and allowances for cluster and planned developments on those lands, again, that had already been developed and zoned for residential use. What we're arguing in the appeal of the county's new comprehensive plan is extending those zones to new lands, so to areas of land that have been zoned for farm and forest use for those last 30, 40 years, is a Goal 14 problem, that is urbanizing new lands. It might not be if we're applying those zones and the uses allowed in those zones to those existing exception lands that were already developed in the 70s and 80s with residential uses, but it is to those new lands.
It could be concluded that there was a catch-all zoning called resource land about 1979 that the intention was to get back to it someday. The Big Look, which was a legislative effort, and this is all resisted. But the discussion is still out there. If you have land zoned resource that's not farmable for a profit. So as I've always gone down these paths, but yeah, any thoughts along? I mean, we have lands that probably, it was just a catch-all back in the day, the beginning of the state land use system.
Sure. so
non-prime open space land.
you mentioned the Big Look process, and it was created by the legislature. It's in statute that was in 2007, 2009 era. Landwatch would welcome a policy in the county's comprehensive plan that requires any new conversions of farm and forest land to be achieved through that Big Look process. It's an existing process in statute. It's a legislative process where the county controls looking at all of its lands zoned farm and forest use, considers whether some of them are incorrectly designated, which, may very well be the case.
Just catch-all designated. We don't even need to say incorrectly, just catch-all designated is what I would say.
Sure. But through that Big Look process, it's legislative. It's not a one-off quasi-judicial process that's really applicant controlled. And our position fails to consider a lot of important community considerations like the Big Look process would require: carrying capacity of those lands, impacts on wildfire and wildlife and water resources and public services. So I think that's a great point to bring up, Commissioner DeBonne, that the Big Look process exists to accommodate these types of concerns of potentially rezoning rural farm and forest lands.
Great, thank you for the discussion. Any other thoughts? Commissioner
Commissioner Chang has his hand up.
I'll wait. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, wait, too.
Well, thank you very much for your joining us today. So, and then Adam Smith.
Oh, no, if Commissioner DeBonne, if Commissioner Adair doesn't want to talk, I'll go ahead and.
Oh, okay, so yeah. And you can both come up
I
here, but
was,
yeah. it
I
sounds
was
like you
just
want-
letting her go first.
Got it, understood.
Yes, you were.
That's what I do. One of the reasons we need to take another look at rezoning at this point in time for Deschutes County is that we have had 3,000 acres rezoned in the last 12 years. That is, some of that is right sidled up next to an urban growth boundary. Some of that is way out in the rural in the county. In the cases where it's way out in the rural in the county, it is having some significant impacts. Many of which Landwatch has mentioned. Groundwater levels, wildlife habitat, wildfire risk. It's also important to remember that rezones do affect farming. There are all kinds of allowable farm uses that we have explored in depth on EFU zoned lands, putting, managing machinery, dry land grazing. There are all sorts of components of a viable ranching operation or a farm operation that can go on lands that are, not great soil, don't have water rights, that, out in the rural county really could be critical components of a farm. So it's important to remember that these rezones do affect farming operations. They also drive up the cost of EFU zoned land, sometimes in a very speculative way. So we're seeing people buy EFU zoned lands, with a significant amount of confidence that they can get those lands rezoned to rural residential 10, and then build some high-end luxury homes on them and make good money. And that's great for them, but for farmers who actually want to buy EFU zoned land to be able to farm, it's not so great to have that kind of speculation going on in the market for EFU zone properties. So if there are these valid concerns about the scale of rezoning that's happening and whether it ultimately adds up to urbanization or not, I think it is appropriate for us to consider some kind of new policy to address the cumulative effects of rezoning in Deschutes County, and that taking a cumulative look could be, could be very nuanced, right in close to the urban growth boundaries. We could be asking ourselves whether these rezones are meant to facilitate urban growth boundary expansions and genuine urbanization of those lands, which I generally support, or whether they are these rezones are intended to chop up the rural landscape with all the impacts that we've discussed and borderline urbanization type development in remote rural areas. So that's just a pitch for us to take this, concern about our comprehensive plan and turn it into a new policy to, again, take a careful look at the cumulative impacts of rezoning in rural Deschutes County.
Do you have a question for Mr. Isbell?
Nope, just following on the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Adam Smith.
I'll say something after Mr.
That's fine.
Smith.
Yeah.
All right, I was taking a quick note. For the record, my name is Adam Smith. I'm a land use attorney with Schwabe, Williamson and Wyatt. Our address is 360 Southwest Bond Street, Suite 500, here in Bend, 97702. I'm testifying this morning on behalf of one of my clients, Pohaku Farms Development LLC. I want to clarify, I've been involved in comp plan before on behalf of COID. Because Goal 14 issues don't really involve the COID, that's why I'm testifying on behalf of a different client. But I just wanted that to be clear in the record because of my past involvement. Although I'm testifying on behalf of Pohaku Farms Development, there are a number of practical implications to both current clients and past clients. As I'm sure the commissioners are well aware, I've personally been involved in a lot of the cases and have defended the county's decisions on, these Goal 14 arguments that I think have stemmed Landwatch challenging the comprehensive plan. So with that in mind, I welcome any questions. Please interrupt me, please. I welcome the same dialogue that you have with Central Oregon Landwatch. I really want to talk about what I perceive are the practical implications to Landwatch's challenge. And as I see it, there are really two issues. The first issue, if you really play this out, if you walk it through, what's going on here potentially invalidates all of the good work that CDD consultants, the county commissioners, the planning commission, members of the public did to develop the 2040 comprehensive plan. And I note that because Central Oregon Landwatch is challenging provisions that have been in our existing comprehensive plan and have been relied on by numerous past applicants to show that map amendment zone change applications were consistent with Goal 14. So if the county doesn't amend those existing provisions and Landwatch appeals and succeeds in basically being able to reinvigorate some challenges to those existing comprehensive plan provisions, that could be end in a reversal, it could end in remand, but ultimately the county may end up with the existing comprehensive plan, which allows these map amendment zone changes to go through. That's been repeatedly litigated to the Court of Appeals and has been repeatedly affirmed. So all that's really happening here is Landwatch's challenges are risking all of the good work that's gone into the 2040 comprehensive plan. Just wanted to note that practical implication. And second, I would argue that map amendment zone changes are on individual properties are a necessary planning tool. As we all know, 50 years ago, properties slipped through the cracks. I have no doubt that there are properties zoned EFU in Deschutes County that probably shouldn't be. They slipped through the cracks. Even going through a Big Lick process or any legislative process, properties will slip through the cracks. You always need to provide property owners an opportunity to come in and to say, hey, the zoning's not appropriate on my property, and here's why. And in order to do that currently, you have to demonstrate that the property doesn't have good soil, that it doesn't have impacts to farm and forest properties. You go through a robust process before you're ever allowed to do a map amendment zone change in the first place. Wanted to provide, one example. A lot of these arguments are already having a chilling effect on map amendment zone changes coming through. There's one example that I'm aware of that I know Deschutes County has been supporting. That's the Gales project. You know, it's located at 62150 Hamby Road. It's approximately a quarter mile from the UGB. I mean, Landwatch just testified that they're specifically concerned about these map amendment zone changes, you know, within proximity to close UGB. This one's a quarter mile away. It's zoned EFU. The applicants are seeking a map amendment zone change, just like all the other map amendment zone changes out here, to support or to allow development of several different uses that will support our houseless community in Deschutes County. They applied for a $25,000. It's debatable if it's a grant or a loan or how it's going to be structured, but they asked for $25,000 from the Coordinated Homeless Response Office Board. That was approved on May 5th. My understanding is that the county commissioners, because they support this specific project, are going to take a minimal role in how that project is ultimately reviewed and hopefully approved. Commissioner Chang noted during the meeting that he had already had conversations with land use watchdog groups about this particular project. You know, to be clear, I'm not opposed to this project. My clients are not opposed to this project. I can't imagine why anybody would be opposed to this project. But it demonstrates that this is a necessary tool that we shouldn't throw away entirely. No matter what we come up with, you're always going to need a safety valve for individual property owners to be able to come in and say, my property's been miszoned. How do I fix it? So the takeaway, really, the Gales project demonstrates why these map amendment zone changes are necessary tools and why I would advocate that the comp plan should not be amended to take away this specific tool. I would love to address some of the questions that were asked, if allowed.
Sure, and I have one for you. It was mentioned that, you know, farming needs to be supported. Cost of farmland could go up. I'm thinking that could happen in either scenario. If the door, and I'm just thinking, do you have thoughts on this? If the door is closed to future amendments, any existing farmland, the value is going to go way up, and then it's going to be a competition of who has the biggest checkbook to be able to even invest in Deschutes County. I mean, just is that scenario something that triggers a thought?
Commissioner, despite my name, I'm not an economist.
Well, but both ways it kind of goes. Is what I'm.
But I will say in my conversations with property owners, nobody is speculating on buying property on the, oh, it's super easy to do a map amendment zone change. I would say these are some of the highest risk projects in Deschutes County. Nobody is out there buying up property because, oh, it's so easy to do a map amendment zone change. It's extremely difficult. It's extremely risky.
And it's extremely expensive.
It's extremely expensive. I mean, the 710 decision was issued on Friday by LUBA. That project's been going on for 3 years. I mean, the attorney fees on some of these projects are exorbitant. Even a project that only goes to LUBA and the Court of Appeals once, like the Markin project that Landwatch appealed at the end of last year, these are very, very expensive and risky projects. So my guess here is that there are lots of other factors that are causing the price of property to go up, and it's not the, you know, the aspirational concept that I'm going to buy it into a map amendment zone change. I think those are just too risky of a proposition to realistically be driving up the property.
And that system wouldn't go away with the comp plan as proposed.
No.
So, yeah, I'm interested in hearing more as long as there's not an objection specifically. Yeah, Commissioner Chang.
Yeah. To this point, I would just like to say that the allowable development on a piece of property affects the price. You know, I would ask Adam Smith, you know, if there was a property that was in our destination resort overlay, and the county decided it wanted to redo the destination resort overlay and stripped eligibility away from a property, are you honestly trying to tell me that the value of that property would go up?
Look, again, I'm not an appraiser. I don't know how, when you're appraising property, how realistic some of these contentious and very difficult zoning applications directly impact the price. My understanding is that they're looking at the highest and best use when they're appraising property, and especially with a destination resort and the history with Thornburg, I would say that is again a pretty tough sell. All I can really do to answer that question is to answer in the same way that I talk to clients on a weekly basis, and I tell people these are very hard, very risky projects, and there is no guarantee of success. So whether or not that's propping up the property values of farmland throughout Deschutes County or not, I can't say.
Okay. I want to move on to the Gales property, which you invoked. I think all of us are very aware, but you can confirm this for us, that under the goalpost guidelines, if we were to actually act on some of the discussion today and start the process to create additional policies or rules around rezones, that the Gales property application, which I don't know. I think it's coming in soon. If it hasn't already started, I am not tracking it that closely. But under the goalpost rules, it would not be affected by any of the rules or policies that are under discussion right now. So to invoke very, very unique case like that, to try to make the point that we need to continue to have access to unlimited rezones, I think is a flawed argument. And I'd just like to put that on the record.
All due respect, Commissioner, I think you're putting words in my mouth. I referred to it as a safety valve. I said, I just testified that you can or you should not get rid of this tool in its entirety because there are unique circumstances that come up when you need the tool in these very unique circumstances.
And you dwelled upon this one very, very unique circumstance to try to reemphasize your point that we need to continue to have access to rezones, unlimited rezones, essentially, under current rules and policies.
I don't think I ever used the term unlimited rezones.
No.
I don't.
You don't have to.
Project, and you have to go through a very robust application process to show that the property doesn't warrant Goal 3 protection, that it's not going to impact neighboring farms. I mean, it's. I don't at all agree with the way you're characterizing my testimony, respectfully.
Yeah, well, you didn't use the word unlimited, but would you verify that we have had 3,000 acres of rezone applications approved in the last 12 years?
I don't know the numbers.
Do you dispute that number?
No.
Okay. Sounds
But
pretty
I'm not
unlimited to me.
Verify one way or the other.
Sounds pretty unlimited to me.
My projects and the projects that I've been involved with. But even with those, I don't know the acreage off the top of my head.
Will, is there any way you can pull that number up? Now, that's actually 250 acres a year in 12 years. Is there any way you can pull that up? I'm just curious.
Commissioner, we definitely have that number. I'll see if I can find it. That's in the ballpark for the correct number, and I'll see if I can.
Okay, like 250 a year. How many acres are in Deschutes County? Do you know that number well? Yeah, I was trying to pull it up because I just thought, okay, Deschutes County happens to be, if I might, remind everyone in the room, it has the second shortest growing season in the state, second shortest after Wallowa County. So it has the second shortest growing season. This morning, when I was looking at my my grass, it had a frozen tint to it. There isn't a frost-free day in the county in the year per Rain Shadow Organics, which is right down the road from me, and and I'm like, I believe it. Because I wear my coat down to my knees most every morning at 6 a.m. because it's always freezing. So it was really cold. And now one of the comments that was made was that it increases the wildfire risk building out in the country. And I have a really, really hard time with that first point. I've been driving up Newport and I'm seeing wood fences in the city of Bend that look incredibly dried out. And they're right next, they're not far from houses, and then there's trees next to those houses, and I'm going like, I believe with new building standards and with what we are now being presented with was keeping 0 to 5 feet completely, like rocks, et cetera. People in the country, honestly, we have an insurance issue now with the maps, the wildfire maps that came out, and everyone seems to be incredibly concerned with let's keep our properties safe. I'm hearing it a lot. We actually, Monday, I was in Salem working with working on the House Bill 3135 regarding juniper removal in 7 counties. And I'm hoping that that will have legs enough to pass. But I found that, and then the strain on wildlife in the country. I can't tell you how many dead deer I have seen next to the roads the last couple of days. They've got the signs up that say deer migration, but apparently people are still going their speed limit, and the deer, unfortunately, are not reaching safety. So, those are some things that you've said, and I'm going like, really? Anyway, we do pay.
Well, this will get down to some very specific, the novel legal question that was laid in front of us. Adam, yeah, you mentioned you had a few more items, a few more
I was
topics.
hoping to actually answer, you used the term the novel legal question. I was hoping to answer that question that you asked my colleague directly. I would posture that it's not a novel question. This question has been asked and answered in every single map amendment zone change that's been challenged to LUBA in the Court of Appeals for, I'd say, at least the last 5 years. The county's MUA 10, RR 10, and RI zones have repeatedly been relied on. The fact that the county went through a process to have those zones be acknowledged by LCDC has been repeatedly relied on by applicants on map amendment zone change over and over and over again. And I don't see this as really a novel question. It's just asking the same question in a different legislative forum. But it's the same question that has been repeatedly litigated, and applicants have prevailed on the Goal 14 issues over and over again. I also wanted to comment, my colleague was referring that Goal 14 requires, I think he said, all population growth within UGBs. I would posture that Goal 14 functionally works by assuring that rural uses are maintained outside of UGB and urban uses are allowed within the UGB. That traces back to at least the RR10, the RI, and MUA 10 zones. All of the uses allowed under those zones were acknowledged by LCD as being rural uses, which is specifically why there is no Goal 14 issue when you rezone property to one of those zones. The last thing I just wanted to point out, and Commissioner Chang, I think specific to your comments about, being more supportive of these text or these map amendment zone changes that are, in the path of development and are really just paving the way for future UGB expansions. I just again wanted to note that, the Markin property, which is a stone's throw from the UGB, was challenged on Goal 14 grounds by Central Oregon Land Watch last year. So again, it goes back to this idea, either the tool is a valid tool and it's a necessary tool, or it's not. It's really a black and white perspective for me. And if in all cases, if we universally say in all cases we don't want map amendment zone changes, then, by all means amend the comprehensive plan and let's get rid of that option. But if there's any conceivable opportunity, if there's any conceivable case study where, yes, we want to be able to do a map amendment zone change on an individual property because, as I've testified, I think sometimes things slip through the cracks, then you should make sure you keep that option alive in the comprehensive plan. And then, as is currently occurring, whether a map amendment zone change is allowed on any individual property works itself out through the quasi-judicial process.
Great, thank you so much. Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I have other comments, but just in response to, it's not a black, it's a black and white thing. It's not a black and white thing. If we were to adopt some kind of policy that took a look at cumulative impacts, it would allow us to move forward with some rezones and say about others that, this crosses a threshold of cumulative impacts that we don't want to cross. So we can make this not a black and white thing, or we can deal with it in a very thoughtful way, and we can deal with it in a very, very thoughtful way. But what I actually wanted to go, when I raised my hand, what I wanted to say, or what I wanted to respond to was Mr. Smith's discussion of not wanting to invalidate the good work of Community Development Department and various stakeholders. My question to Mr. Smith would be, do you know how many comments were made verbally, were submitted in written record, were made in focus groups, asking the county in this comprehensive plan to protect the rural, to keep the rural, to protect people's wells and local groundwater levels from the impacts of large scale rural development, urbanization of rural areas. How many comments were made to ask the county to try to protect wildlife habitat? Because, if you don't have habitat, then you don't have any animals that will get near the road and be killed by vehicle collisions. Habitat is the foundation. Habitat, water levels, fire, keeping the rural, protecting farmers from speculative land purchases, so that new farmers could actually get started in this community. Do you know how many of those comments were submitted to the record? And I would say that this comprehensive plan process has been a travesty in not listening to the people of Deschutes County and validating their concerns and making those things, making accommodations, making protections for those things in this comprehensive plan. Do you want to comment on whether you know that number or not? And that's all I want to hear. I don't need to hear your other commentary, but do you have a sense of that number?
I do not know the number off the top of my head, no.
Okay, thank you.
With the permission of the rest of the commissioners, I'd happily answer the rest of the comments.
I'm not asking for an answer.
Yeah, anything substantive to the topic, Goal 14, comprehensive plan.
Let it go.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So thank you very much.
Yeah, Adam.
So 640 acres per square mile,
Yes.
3,055 square
times
miles.
it. Yes, okay. So, okay,
Yeah, we have one more.
3,055.
Yeah, it's 1,955,200 acres.
1,900,000? Is that what you said? Almost 2 million acres, and we have done, oh my gosh, okay, 250 a year, 3,000 in the last 12 years. Okay, and we are, yes. And I see that dry land grazing by me, and I'm like thinking, oh my gosh. Oh, and don't forget that we've got the wolves and the mountain lions out in my neighborhood too, that do affect the wildlife's health.
We're going to get one more comment from staff here, and then we'll go to Doreen Tai.
Yeah, just to follow up on that question about acreage, commissioners. Since we've approved about 1,500 acres of EFU to other designations, some of these larger numbers you see include zone changes from other zones, from other resource zones, so other farm and forest into something other than a residential zone, so rural industrial. There's also a lot tied up in the courts right now and moving through the process. So 1,500 acres definitely across the finish line, rezoned, and depending on how you count it, plausibly, up to 3,000 acres that are in motion or were rezoned in one way out of resource zoning. So depends on how you count it.
Yeah, the zone,
If you're going to count it
the process.
now or it's in process?
Exactly.
Okay.
And also if you're expanding that notion from things that went from EFU to rural industrial as opposed to a residential zoning.
Okay. 2 million, almost 2 million, 1.9. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know why I couldn't figure that out. Oh, well.
So with the raise hand feature, we saw Ms. Doreen Tai joining us.
Good morning, Commissioners. I support Central Oregon Land Watch's appeal. I stand by many comments I've read in opposition to this 2040 plan, as well as comments submitted by myself and Harness Oregon in previous 2040 hearings, which very much had to do with your standardization of Goal 14 and related deviations. I would like to commend Commissioner Chang for his discernment in voting no on acceptance of the 2040 plan and bringing questions to so many other abusive land conversions. Do you hold hearings just for show and feigned compliance? It's not like you listen or adequately apply feedback or Oregon land use goals. Your constituents spoke loud and clear about their desire for orderly growth in protecting resource land, farms, and wildlife. You, however, have approved an essential removal of wildlife corridors long enough to get in some otherwise improper zoning conversions. With 2040, you remove nearly all EFU protections and you continue to approve huge conversions of EFU, like you've been doing for years in tandem with cities absorbing and urbanizing thousands more acres. You've removed buffer zones between rural and urban lands. You've allowed gouging and extreme pollution and interference to continue on resource and prime farmlands, while snidely saying that we don't get to shut the door behind us, to quote, which totally misses the point of Goal 14, prime farmland and resource land. You've also stated that Oregon's land use goals are, to quote, merely guidance, not law, as you approve more egregious conversions. It appears you've become so comfortable being so tone deaf to Oregon's land use goals and your constituents, while thumbing your nose at Oregon's rural land protections, that with 2040, you simply try putting a blanket policy on the entire county to outright permit and normalize what you've been doing for more than a decade. Wow. Just wow. It appears to me that you are working for a constituent base that does not exist. More to the point, you are working for what is your incentive? Who? I guess with mail-in ballots, you'll never need to worry about being dethroned before your agenda is implemented. Meanwhile, you promote raised burdens and taxes on rural lands, active farms, and rural residents, and give yourself raises, so now you're making what? Some shy of $250,000, while a huge population of your county and constituent base struggles to buy eggs and milk, farm produce. I do hope this 2040 plan catches the attention of auditors who will finally take a look at what is actually going on here, and voters get savvy to what they are actually voting for. Fix the 2040 plan to reflect what the people who live here have asked for: compliance with and observance of Goal 14 urbanization, order, protecting our rural lands, wildlife, resources, and basically honoring the intent of Oregon's land use goals and protecting what makes Central Oregon special. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then following, I think I saw another raised hand. Mary, please introduce yourself and thank you for joining us. So yeah, we are going through remote testimony now. So raised hand feature if you're following this.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Yes, Mary Fleischman with the Bitterbush Broad Chapter of Central Eastern Oregon. We support what Land Watch has said. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of extra discussion here, and also support what Mr. Chang has shared. We don't need to see any more sprawl. We need to protect our forest lands, and for all the reasons that have been mentioned, wildlife, wildfire, specifically water, which is a continual issue that comes up before the board. And so we would respectfully support that you don't do rezoning. Look at improving that policy that's there. And that's about what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining
Mary.
us.
Commissioners, I'll just note that we have received one additional written comment in the record by email during the course of this morning's
Thank you.
hearing.
And I saw Mark Stockamp.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Oh, he's here.
right
Okay,
there. Yeah.
great. Okay.
Hi, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Mark Stockamp. I live at 60204 Navajo Road, Bend, Oregon, 97702. Just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to provide some additional public comment right now. So it seems like in the reconsideration hearing, Central Oregon Land Watch is requesting a new comprehensive plan that prevents the rezoning of what it calls farm and forest lands or resource lands. I'm opposed to Central Oregon Land Watch's request. The classification of lands is not as linear as Central Oregon Land Watch asserts. Thousands of acres in Deschutes County are incorrectly zoned as resource lands and do not meet the legal definition of resource lands under Oregon's land use laws. This is because the Deschutes County original zoning maps were created at a time when site-specific analysis was difficult or impossible, and aerial flyovers took the place of actual analysis, leading to substantial mapping errors. An example is the Eden Central property 710-acre plan amendment zone change, which I work on as the research and development manager. Another case I'd like to point to is the 279-acre plan amendment zone change from exclusive farm use to rural residential southeast of the Bend urban growth boundary, requested by Bend Parks and Recreation Department, that recently received a hearings officer recommendation of approval. In the hearings officer decision for the BPRD zone change, hearings officer Gregory Frank found that the initial designation of exclusive farm use for the subject property was a mistake. Hearings officer Frank found the evidence provided in the record was persuasive that the initial EFU zoning was based upon generalized soils mapping data, and that the applicant's soil study and report were more accurately and precisely identify the soil characteristics of the subject property. I'd say Deschutes County response to its population growth will be negatively impacted if the new comprehensive plan adopts Central Oregon Land Watch's requested prevention of farm and forest lands rezoning. It's a fact that there are non-resource lands located outside of urban growth boundaries in Deschutes County, and any argument to the contrary belies reality. Individual private property owners in Deschutes County deserve to maintain their legal opportunity to apply for a plan zone change to their local governing body to determine if their rural land does not meet the legal definitions of resource lands under Oregon land use laws. I'm not saying that all zone changes need to be approved. I'm just saying that you should maintain the opportunity for it to be brought forward. And here's a reason why I say that. I believe it's a reasonable request for individual private property owners to maintain the opportunity to apply for these plan amendment and zone changes. And I'd like to point out the Board of County Commissioners unanimously supported this notion not too long ago. During the deliberations of the Eden Central Properties Plan Amendment Zone Change on September 28, 2022, Associate Planner Hallie King asked the County Commission the following. The county has considered many property-specific applications, and there's nothing in this House bill, referring to House Bill 2229, that precludes, again, an individual property owner from applying or the county from considering an application. And so the question to the board is, does House Bill 2229 apply to this application for a plan amendment zone change? Do you mind if I just continue briefly? There's not much more. Yeah. So each county commissioner responded the following. Commissioner Chang, I think that individual property owners should have the opportunity to apply for these plan amendments and zone changes. I do not necessarily support this specific one, but as a principle, I think I'd support the hearings officer decision. Commissioner DeBone stated, well, and this would be a new decision that we're going to add with the applicant's input, so I do support that decision. Commissioner Adair and I also. I transcribed these county commissioner comments from their deliberations on September 28, 2022. Happy to provide a copy upon request. I copied the link in my written comment that I just submitted, and I have the specific minute marks written down as well. I'd just like to close. I request you to not adopt language in a new comprehensive plan that prevents the rezoning of erroneously designated farm and forest lands. Deschutes County has agreed that there have been mistakes with the initial resource zoning designations of certain resource lands. To correct initial resource zoning mistakes, individual private property owners must maintain the opportunity to apply for plan amendments and zone changes moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, Mr. Stockamp. I have said a couple of times during this proceeding today that I think that we should have we should add additional rules or policies that would help address the cumulative impacts of rezones in the county. I have not said that people should not be allowed to apply for rezones. I've said that we basically want one more layer of consideration. Do you believe that adding that one more layer of consideration is restricting people from applying for rezone applications or disallowing them from applying for rezone applications?
I'm concerned with the cumulative impact consideration that could be eventually considered a moratorium on these rezone applications. So I'm just concerned with the added layer. Adam Smith was talking earlier. There's a very large burden of proof to prove the rezone process right now. And I'm concerned with adding more of these impacts that it could eventually become a moratorium.
Okay, well, much of your commentary was focused on preserving the opportunity to apply for a rezone. And I just wanted to clarify that what I was proposing was not a ban on applying for rezone applications.
I appreciate your
Thank you.
clarification.
That's enough. Thank you.
May I respond, Commission?
I'm interested in the dialogue today. Sounds like Commissioner Chang is done speaking on that.
Well, I specifically wrote it that way because what has been identically submitted into the record multiple times by Central Oregon Land Watch's supporters, it's saying to prevent it moving forward, zone changes. So prevent sounds a lot like it could become a moratorium. And Commissioner Chang asked the question earlier to Adam Smith, the number for comments for the whole comp plan. I don't know that number either. It's probably Nicole Mardell who's on vacation. I can tell you this, there's 72 public comments in this reconsideration hearing. And what I can tell you is that I reviewed the record. 55 of those comments were submitted via Central Oregon Land Watch's engagement platform, Every Action Custom. So that's 77% were submitted that way. So that provides a little bit of clarity. But I appreciate you clarifying, Commissioner Chang, but with the comments that are in the majority in the record are saying prevent zone changes. So that's why you're getting my testimony. So thank you for the opportunity.
When I was speaking to Mr. Smith, I was asking him about his familiarity with the record prior to the October 2024 decision, in which there were many, many hundreds of comments asking the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners to protect the rural character of our community, to protect our groundwater, to protect our wildlife habitat, to protect farming, which we have established has, there are many components of a farming operation that can be conducted even on land with poor soil and no water rights. So that was what I was asking about, not the current record. If you are familiar with those numbers, feel free to comment. Otherwise, my question has been answered.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Great day.
Thank you for those numbers, the analysis.
Is there anyone else online? Okay, thank you. So as I say, this has been continued public hearing on the reconsideration of the Deschutes County 2040 Comprehensive Plan update. And it was mentioned that there's a written submittal.
So Mr. Stockamp, just, I think he read the
into the record,
submittal that he
yeah.
provided. I could be wrong, but I tried to scan it and listen to his comments. So I think
Great.
it's the same.
So yeah, as I say, this is for the Board of Commissioners to decide where we go from here at this time. Continue the hearing or close or leave a written record. Yeah, what's the will?
I would say, well,
I'm comfortable closing at this time.
Right.
That's a starting point. So for discussion.
closing is, yes, we need to close it.
I would cite Doreen Ty's comments that, basically hearings like this are pretty much just for show, and everyone has their minds already made up. So if that's the case, then I don't see any reason to draw this out any longer.
So as I say, this has been testimony related to the petitioner's brief. Having this record, I want to use the right term sometimes. So the appeal has been paused for this reconsideration. Is there any other guidance? Maybe it will. Do you have any thoughts? I mean, closing the record, what does the next step look like here?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Commissioner. So In coordination with Nicole Mardell, we had identified that closing the record today would be, potentially an appropriate action. There have been, written comments that Nick Lelek has identified, and those have been captured in the record. We have time in this process to leave the written record open for an additional week without running into real concerns for our due date to deliver this finally. So either closing it today or leaving the written record open until 4 p.m. on the 28th. Correct? The 20th.
In case this engages some other
Right.
folks.
Yeah, there might be
Maybe
some
that's-
farmers out there that want to send me an email.
Well,
Yeah, certainly. So it's been a long process.
People that are working.
We certainly, at least from CDD's perspective, have the ability to meet all our timelines and leave it open a week. So either of those are very viable options.
Yeah. So, yeah, and that sounds like, if there's, I mean, this is it's amazing. This is very engaging and it's serious business, right? I mean, this is the Copperland of Deschutes County. And there's definitely passion on multiple sides of this. So I support.
When is our date due for this? I mean, you said we have time.
Yeah, so we have to complete it by September 8th.
September 8th, okay.
Although, the calendar head, that seems like a ways off, the calendar ahead is a little bit chunky with
Yeah.
board scheduled items already. So but we certainly have a week.
But for a written record period, just anything that could be for response in the next 7 days. But so that's only a few business days because we're referring to Monday as a holiday, but that would give a window of opportunity. And then just drop it on our calendar for deliberations.
That's correct. We'll work with with admin to find a suitable date.
Okay. So you like that idea?
I think that's fine.
Okay, Commissioner Chang. Yep, okay. So that's fine. Let's close the oral part of this hearing, leave a written record open for 1 week, 4 o'clock next Wednesday. Will, you can maybe provide specifics for that, kind of our hearing process, and then deliberations to be scheduled.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So as usual, record materials can be emailed to nicole.mardell@deschutes.org. They can be hand delivered to our office over at 117 Lafayette. And just a reminder that we don't follow links in emails. So to the extent that you've linked other information, we would not click on those links to go through to them. So you should include those materials as PDFs or other documents that are readily openable. In addition, a reminder that, it does take some time for email to process, and we have had circumstances where people have sent things right, before the deadline and missed the county servers. So don't wait till the last minute. Nicole's information there, nicole.mardell@deschutes.org for any questions or coordination. And certainly I'm available at willg, WILLG, @deschutes.org.
Thank you very much. So that'll conclude this agenda item. It's noon straight up, and we are scheduled to reconvene at 1 o'clock for about 7 more items yet today. So I do support taking this full lunch break, being able to reconvene. Anything else before we do that break? Okay, so 1 o'clock, we'll be back together. Thank you. Hey, we're back at 1 o'clock. Commissioner Chang is online. We're working on promoting you back to panelist, but we acknowledge you're there. This is the Board of Commissioners meeting, second half, May 21st, 2025, 1 p.m. Item number 16, work session. So this is preparation for public hearing on text amendments to Deschutes County Code.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Once again, Will Groves, your planning manager. I'm filling in for Art Rawlings today. This is of course, a work session for file number 24725-000111 TA. These are clear and objective housing text amendments to Title 17. I have a PowerPoint here that if I find myself promoted, I will join and share. We're going to be, so I'll start into this and keep an eye on that. Of course, the project website for this one is bit.ly/Deschutes Clear and Objective, Title 17, all one word. A little bit of background here, of course. We've been through a number of clear and objective text amendment modules with the board at this point. The project, of course, is responsive to state law that's effective on July 1st of this year, and it's designed to support housing supply through limiting local governments to clear and objective standards for housing developments. And the overall text amendment effort avoids discretionary code language that may discourage needed housing through unnecessary cost and delay. Of course, the state statute ORS 197A-400 allows a discretionary review path as an alternative standard once the clear and objective standard is in place. And this provides flexibility for applicants who choose not to follow the clear and objective path.
Question real quick.
Yes.
You mentioned, for housing purposes, or yeah, he's looking to get promoted so he can promote or show slides. Okay.
Oh, there I am.
Well, there you are.
Thank you.
But just the concept of to promote housing. So that was the legislative intent, correct? And then
That's correct. So broadly, as a planning concept, it had been recognized that when you have local code that has discretionary standards, that can lead to confusion, interpretations, conflicts between developers and the community. And that by having clear and objective standards, if you set them up right, you should be able to have everybody agree on what a proper proposal looks like and what something that meets the rules looks like.
so I understand. So that's what kicked this off. Are we touching other parts of our code that aren't housing related, or everything's generally housing related anyways?
This is all specific to housing related applications. So all these, what you'll see in the code is that all of these things are triggered to be available as an option. Housing.
Yeah. So that kind of defined the scope of this effort is housing.
Helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Let's talk a little bit about proposal. It's full screen for y'all. Staff has identified areas of the Deschutes County Code that are not clear and objective with respect to housing. We broke it into distinct segments for the public and the county to work through. So presenting here on Title 17, our partition subdivision ordinance. And we'll be presenting, Tanya Salzman will be presenting next on our Goal 5 inventory work on Title 18. This package includes subdivisions and relating to housing development and lot configuration standards. And the general approach is to retain existing regulations where possible. So many sections have what we call a two-track approach. And so there'll be a discretionary existing language and a clear and objective amended language. We've seen a little bit of this so far, but really these next two modules lean into this more heavily. The idea is to really try to keep the existing opportunities in the code the same and open up new opportunities for clear and objective review that closely mimic those existing opportunities. So the amendments focus on land division platting in Title 17, so subdivisions, partitions, lot design in those subdivisions and partitions, as well as the access layout for road frontage, sidewalks, road dedications. Looking at the public and agency comments we've gotten so far, going through the initial process with the Planning Commission, no agency comments to date. The public comments I'm summarizing here, they're all, of course, in the record. I think the first theme was details matter. In front of the Planning Commission, we got a number of comments from the public, and they had raised issues where relatively rare housing development types or unexpected consequences had the edits that staff had proposed, closing down opportunities that we meant to retain. So lots of helpful information there. lots of things that we've patched as a response to the planning commission effort there, and other things that we'd bring to you on deliberation. You know, there might be a question, you want to fix it this way or that way, but for those ones that there was a comment and everybody agreed that that was the correct way to fix it, those things have been implemented in the code. Another theme was a need for flexibility, so definitely retaining fully the current discretionary options as well as adding the clear and objective options. In Kyle Collins' previous module for definitions, in many circumstances, we tried to make it so that all applications would be clear and objective wherever possible. In this case, there was a real interest in, and I think a good reason to preserve both paths strongly. So you're going to see that two-track approach. Infrastructure and access issues came up. So there were objections in the record to applying urban style infrastructure and access requirements for rural or minor developments. And this was really based on specific cases. There was also some interest in frontage standards. You'll see this in the record. It's definitely worth your attention. You'll hear testimony on it regarding a requirement in the current code that when you're creating a new parcel, that parcel have frontage on a road. Many Oregon counties allow those parcels to be created when they only have easement access. They have different processes and all have different kind of headaches associated with those, but several commenters were interested in seeing the code explore that. But that also brought up the question about process and policy boundaries. So some comments urge the county to stay policy neutral and focus amendments on the compliance with the clear and objective standards. Others encourage making some policy choices to take advantage of this process. So you'll hear some testimony. The Planning Commission also emphasized that need for flexibility and the preservation of existing options. Lots of clarifications and technical revisions. So some suggestions from the Planning Commission that staff concurs with regarding multi-use path requirements, fire and water source requirements, some Scrivener errors. So the Planning Commission doing great, a huge packet that they all engage with very sincerely. And there was some interest in some policy levels discussions. The Planning Commission thought about some of these possibilities of things like frontage and other policy choices that might be made. And they expressed some concern that maybe that deserved a fuller vetting through a separate process, but left it to the board to explore that. And they, rather than taking a formal vote, they, as a group, were supportive of the amendments and bring forward those items that are identified in your memo for consideration.
So it'll be pretty clear when we're talking policy.
That's correct. Well, so there generally what happens is there was an existing code and staff made some effort to make either that existing code clear and objective or create a parallel path that was clear and objective. And as we did that work, there were a number of comments that said, hey, I don't think you have that tuned quite right. And those were easy for us. We said, oh yeah, I see that's going to produce a weird result in this case. Let's fix it. In addition to that, there were some questions of policy. Hey, we probably always should have changed this about the subdivision and partition code. And so some of those, and I think, even what I'm characterizing as these, just making things clear and objective aren't entirely policy neutral. Small choices were made all along the way, but there's some things that are bigger policy choices that we'll definitely bring in front of the board to see if you want to entertain.
Well, we got a July 1st expectation to get this package through also.
Yeah, that's correct. So you'll hear some testimony about that in deliberation. You'll get some guidance as we move forward. So looking at future amendments, of course, Title 17 is going to be a living document that needs to be responsive to case law. There's particularly with clear and objective amendments, there's, legislative action with regard to that explored thinking about how roads are included in clear and objective requirements. And there's a case in front of the Oregon Supreme Court, Cannon Beach. It's also looking into how this all comes together. So a living document in the sense that while we're in process, we're still learning about clear and objective, as well as the notion that we changed so much in this code, it would be completely unsurprising that we were back a year later to say, hey, here's 5 things we need to fix. Trying to get everything right the first time and recognizing that we may need to return to tune up some of this stuff. In terms of next steps, of course, we got the public hearing coming up next Wednesday. Record materials now up on the screen at bit.ly/Deschutes Clear and Objective Title 17. Tarek Rawlings, your planner on this, and he's this phone number and contact information are available on the screen. Tarek.Rawlings@Deschutes.org. And to the extent he is out this week on a well-deserved vacation, your planning manager, Will Gross, WILLG@Deschutes.org, available for questions and comments.
Great. So the packet is, yeah, quite a few pages here. And the memo lays out some of these big policy choice or the clear objective text, but also pulling out the policy concepts a little bit too. So I'll need to study a little bit more before next Wednesday, but hopefully we'll have some good engagement with that.
Yeah, and the public's been really so grateful to the public. You know, this is a relatively esoteric exercise, and definitely some people have got sharpened their pencils and dug in and provided some really valuable comments to help us make sure we get this right the first time.
Or at least close
Close
close to being right the first
Yeah.
time.
Many of the I's will be dotted.
Right. Exactly.
Any other questions? I think we're all set. Thank you. That introduction for the work session. And I want to thank the Planning Commission for reviewing also.
So for your next item, Tanya Salzman, I'm hoping is going to join us.
You got like oh, she's coming to join us. Good.
She's going to come and present remotely here. She's recovering from a bit of a cold, and I'm prepared to fill in. Let's see if we can get her as a member of the panel.
Is Tanya on remotely possibly? Okay, yeah, so both.
There she is.
Okay, well, acknowledged. So at this time, we're going to item 17. This is a work session on clear and objective housing tax amendments, goal 5, title 18. So this will be a separate package on this whole scenario and a separate public hearing on this next Wednesday.
She says she's having some technical difficulties.
Hello.
There we are.
Hi there. Sorry
Welcome.
for the delay. Thank you. For the record, Tanya Saltzman, Senior Planner. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person, but I'm not sorry because I have COVID. So thanks for your patience on that. And I will defer to Will if anything goes awry on the remote end of things, because he is my on the ground help. So thanks so much. I'll also note that we have with us on the line our consultant partners, so Kate Rogers and Matt Hasty from MIG Consulting. They could be promoted as panelists as well, please. They're here to answer questions if those arise, and they'll be here for the hearing as well next week. And here they come. I'm going to share my screen. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
very
great. Good. Thank you. Hold on one moment, please. Okay, you can see that?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So this is a preparation for a public hearing for the next module of the Clear and Objective Housing Tax Amendments, and that's file number 247-25000-171-TA. And the full record can be found at this website, Deschutes Clear and Objective Goal 5. So Will did just go through a lot of the background and the overview and kind of the general concepts behind this overarching project. So I might just skip through these slides if that's okay with you, unless you want to hear it again. Just in general, the concepts of the clear and objective task. So this is the third module of this project. As we've discussed, you've gone through the definitions already. You just reviewed Title 17 with Will and Tarek, and this will be the Goal 5. So I'm going to skip over these. In general, because we've talked about them. So this proposal is the third amendment package, and this is going to address provisions of Title 18 that are related to Goal 5 protections that affect housing and housing development. As we know, Goal 5 is a big term that's thrown around quite a bit. It generally pertains to natural resources, scenic and historic areas, and open spaces. In this case, the historic areas are kind of their own thing. So these amendments do not address historic areas, but they do address the rest. As noted with the previous module, the general approach is to retain existing regulations where possible. And in many sections that already have discretionary language, we're proposing a two-track system. So the existing language is generally the discretionary path, and the new or amended language is generally the clear and objective path. A little bit about the amendments themselves. Excuse me. As I noted, Goal 5 governs natural resources, scenic and historic areas, and open spaces. So specifically within this package, this is addressing the landscape management combining zones, the wildlife area combining zone, sensitive bird and mammal habitat combining zone, rimrock setbacks, wetlands fill and removal. There are a few bits of these topics that go over into Title 19, which is just another section of our zoning code that addresses slightly different geographic areas. Once we get this package buttoned up, we intend to go back and do a sweep within Title 19. We thought that would be a cleaner approach instead of addressing all of them at the same time. The amendment package also looks at cluster and plan developments, as there is some overlap with Goal 5 resources. And I would say if you take one thing from this presentation, it's this slide, and that, Goal 5 we know can be a sensitive topic. These amendments don't alter the county's acknowledged Goal 5 inventories or the impact areas. They're intended to simply provide a clear and objective path that maintains the same level of protection as the discretionary process that has already been adopted. So I did this with the Planning Commission. This is very different from what we went through with the mule deer inventory update. That was an update or potential update to the inventory itself. So in that case, we were looking at where it applied, so the shape of the actual geography, and then what uses were allowed or prohibited, and just all of the base level protections of the resource within that area. This is not that. This is basically meant to be a technical code patch to maintain the same level of protection. So we're not changing those policy values about how much we should or shouldn't protect that resource, the wildlife in this case, or the open spaces. It's just meant to basically be a translation of the existing protections that were adopted through a legislative process. And I think that's
policy choices.
Exactly. I mean, as few as humanly possible, but that is the goal with this, just to basically provide a translation. So as far as public and agency comments that occurred during the Planning Commission process, and these are summarized more extensively in your memo, as well as just a discussion of staff responses. So Central Oregon Land Watch provided a comment that came in basically three parts. The first two parts were about kind of clarity of existing language. The first had to do with planned and cluster development language. The way we organized it suggested a different format to maybe include all of the uses in a table. The second is there were concerns about the language in the wildlife area combining zone pertaining to the requirement that things must be located within 300 feet of an existing road. The idea of when this road existed, is it continued to be in existence? Has it ceased to be in existence? They suggested some changes to the language that governs that in both the clear and objective as well as the discretionary paths. There's further discussion of that in the memo, and I think that's something that we can discuss probably in deliberations. And lastly, they had concerns that the county may need to apply Goal 5 for the entire project, or for this module of the project, I should say. What that means is basically reopening that box, identifying the Goal 5 resources that need protection, redoing the ECs, which is the economic, social, environmental, and energy analysis, and kind of redoing that analysis. And we, again, have our responses to that in the memo, and that can be further discussed during deliberations. Other comments, we got comments from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, ODF&W. They were very helpful as we embarked in this process. They acknowledged the complexity of the project goal, so thank you. It is indeed complex. And they just noted that by design, the existing Goal 5 program that's already on the books is discretionary. So in many cases, it requires consultation with ODF&W or sign off, or, deciding if the habitat has been adequately protected. By definition, the clear and objective alternative removes that discretion. So that is inherently difficult if you're a wildlife biologist. It's difficult, it's a challenge. But that said, they did recommend maintaining the language that we proposed as is, which basically points to the existing EC analyses as ways to comply in a clear and objective path. So in other words, they just acknowledge that this is tricky for them, but they approve of our approach. We received testimony from one person in person at the Planning Commission hearing, Casey Roscoe. She questioned some of the paint palette requirements in the landscape management combining zone. There's further discussion of this in the memo. And she also had concerns about the wildlife area combining zone criteria in general as a whole, the uses that were prohibited or not prohibited, as well as the regulations concerning outdoor assembly. As we noted in the memo, and as I sort of noted earlier, those are beyond the scope of this project. That's kind of if we were to reopen that entire Goal 5 box, as it were. There were some comments from planning commissioners. Commissioner Cyrus just asked some questions in advance that we found helpful just for clarity concerning the existence of the dimensional standards in the wildlife area combining zone, and some clarity on the cluster and plan development regulations. Commissioner Williams sought more background on the paint palette decisions. As for comments received during this portion of the process for the Board of County Commissioners, we've not received any additional agency or public comments thus far. Just a brief summary of the Planning Commission process. They held a work session on April 10th, a public hearing, excuse me, on April 24th. They held the written record open until April 30th, so just under a week, and deliberated on May 8th. And similar to the Title 17 process, the Planning Commission issued essentially a recommendation for adoption, with the recommendation that staff relays items of concern or discussion to the Board of County Commissioners. And staff has done that in the memo for the work session, and will carry that forward through the hearing and deliberations. With that, next steps, we have a public hearing 1 week from today on May 28th, following the Title 17 hearing. Again, the record materials can be all seen on Deschutes Clear and Objective Goal 5. And you can contact me with any questions or comments, and any record materials or testimony can be sent to me. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Tanya, our packet
Yes.
today, will anything additionally be put in next week's meeting for?
No,
Or-
that will be the same. The amendments will not
Will
have
be the
changed.
same, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Tanya, thanks for drawing the distinction between adoption of a new wildlife inventory and this process. I did want to ask, so we will modify all of our rules and regulations through this amendment, and then if we do adopt, through a separate process, if we do adopt new inventories, new maps for our wildlife overlays, then basically the clear and objective regulations will apply to the new areas as well as the prior wildlife overlay areas as well, right?
I'll put that in a different way. When we did the mule deer update, it was kind of a new set of regulations. So the existing polygons maintain their regulations. So they were slightly different sets of regulations, but there will have to be clear and objective regulations that apply to anything that is adopted in the future. So if we were to start a new one from scratch next year or something, then those would have to have a clear and objective path. they might not follow the exact same protections as the original, and that's a policy decision that happens during that process. But yeah, there has to be some clear and objective language to address that. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Setting up for next Wednesday on this. We'll be able to get public testimony, engagement, hopefully, and then go from there.
Yes.
Anything else? Seeing none, thank you very much and hope you're feeling better.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Tanya.
Thank you.
Oh, and thank you, Will.
Next is item number 18, nomination process for forming committee for commission districts.
Great. Commissioners, I'm going to lead this item. Jen Patterson, our Strategic Initiatives Manager, who's been in charge of this, is out of the office today. And our County Clerk, Steve Dennison, is planning to join us. So I've just been sending him some messages to see if he's
Yeah, we
available.
kind of rolled right through this.
To come down early. So this meeting is a continuation of the process to establish a committee to propose or to decide on districts for commissioners. As was decided a couple of weeks ago on May 5th, a majority of commissioners decided to establish the committee in the following manner, with Commissioners DeBonne and Adair each nominating 2 members to the committee and Commissioner Chang nominating 3 to the committee. Some of our decision points today that we hope to get to are to decide, at least, are we going to aim for May 2026 or aim for November of 2026, which election, because that may have a timing on when the committee is appointed. And I'll just kind of run through these 3 topics and then come back to the beginning. And if the nomination, if we're aiming for May of 2026, if that's the goal, then we recommend proceeding in June in the next few weeks with establishing the committee. And then we'll talk more about that in just a few moments. However, if it's not until later in the election cycle next year, then certainly we have more time to consider that. And Jen and I begin to talk about what the schedule may look like, et cetera, because once the committee is established, or at least we know when it's going to be established, there are a number of other topics we identify in the memorandum that we'll need to discuss. The charter of the committee, who provides the directions. There's a lot of pieces to that puzzle. The last piece we just hope to touch on today is whether we reach out and we engage college students to help with the process. We understand that there are students that are interested in participating, and Jen Patterson has been coordinating with Central Oregon Community College. I don't think it's been OSU Cascades, but certainly local college students in the process. So backing up to the first piece is we have a 7-member committee that will be established. And we wanted to begin to talk about the timing of the 2026 election cycle, and then that'll help us decide and determine when commissioners would bring those nominations to, for example, a board meeting, and then you can talk about those appointments. Commissioners discussed a variety of criteria, and it's certainly 100% your call. Do you want a geographic balance? Do you want urban, rural? Do you want there's all kinds of things that you may decide. So, given that we're gonna start with the committee and the timeframe, I'll turn it over to you, commissioners, to provide comments to discuss, and I'll be happy to answer questions. And hopefully, Steve will be able to join us as well.
So this is our discussion at this time. Anybody, any thoughts?
As someone said, keep it simple and appoint people so the 7 people can work out the details to be representative of our entire county. I think that's important. I do believe we need to do 5 districts. That's, I don't know. I just think that would be, from what I've heard from Lane County, 5 districts seems to work well.
Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I was going to save this until after we had discussed some of the nuts and bolts that Nick had put forward, but I can go ahead and just put out, at the high level, um, I, I'm interested in understanding I'm interested in like all of us laying out some expectations about who we're going to appoint, or what characteristics of people, what types of people we are going to appoint to this committee, so that we can end up with a broad and representative group. If we each come to the table with our two or three names, and just kind of put them out there, I think we run the risk of not having complete geographic representation. If I don't know, if none of us knows who, where we're going to be trying to appoint people from, there might be some huge holes in the map. Geographically, I'd also like to discuss intent around urban and rural areas. As we know, 3/4 of the population of Deschutes County lives in incorporated cities. Actually, more than 3/4, I think. And so if we came forward with a bunch of names of folks who don't live inside cities, then we would be skewing the committee towards a unincorporated county bias, which may not be representative of the population of the county. Similarly, just understanding how we see appointing people based on party affiliation would be helpful. I have in mind a couple of people who are independents or non-affiliated. And I think it would be great to have people like that on the committee. But if other appointments are going to be, strongly stacked towards a certain party affiliation, then I would want that. Frankly, I would want to try to counterbalance that a little bit. So is there going to be room for people in the center of the political spectrum? That depends upon the expectations we have among the three of us about who we're going to appoint. One other thing I would raise is whether we're going to be looking for people who are not interested in actually running for county commissioner, or whether potential candidates are allowable appointees. I certainly, my preference would be for us to try not to appoint people who are interested in running for commissioner in 2028 or beyond. But if not all three of us agree on that, then I'll maintain discretion to potentially appoint people who are interested in running. So, and actually that should include people who are interested in running in 2026 as well. So yeah, those are just some of the things that I've been trying to figure out how, because I might have 5 or 10 people in mind for the 3 slots that I've been assigned. But if we want to come up with a broad and representative group to best reflect Deschutes County, then it would be helpful to kind of have some expectations among us, or to understand each other's intentions, so that we could ultimately get to a broad and representative group.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was thinking about asking my 92-year-old neighbor, you know, the one that lives out in the country. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, that's just a personal little message, but not, I don't want to tell you all who you need to appoint, but I did think it was appropriate not to appoint someone who is actually going to be in the race. I just want to keep this as fair and as open-minded as possible. So anyway, thank you for bringing that up.
How about we go down to items for discussion
One by one?
and seeing it, yeah, just see if there's clarity and if there's any kind of direction to this, and then we'll finish up. Because today we're basically just trying to put a little bit more structure to the process.
Okay.
So item number one, May or November next year is, I think of May as that'll be probably a big moment because there'll be a lot of folks engaged in that process. Everybody that signed up will be in the May primary, and then the subset will go to November. So for the citizens, it'll be a moment where the brain space will be on those 4 seats that are going to be up for election. Or November, thinking that, okay, we're going to dial it in because this is not going to be in effect for 2 years after this, no matter what. So as I say, I kind of lean towards May just to have everybody thinking about this big picture at the same time.
Because the race will be happening then. So I agree with that. If we can make it, and we can get it
And if
in
it
May.
flips to November.
Yeah, I think it would be closer to ideal to be in May, if that's possible.
Commissioner Chang?
Well, I'll say again that I don't think that this 3-member board should be considering this question at all. That we should be deferring this to the point in time when we have 5 commissioners to set direction to this. So to me, it doesn't really matter whether we do this in May or November 2026.
Okay.
All right, so
So May it is.
for May, if we can pull it off.
If the May election time frame is the goal, then yeah, setting a little bit of structure to the timeline for the nomination process and committee meetings. So as I say, today's Wednesday, the 21st. Yesterday was election day. Clerk, thank you very much for being here today. You might have been up a little late last night and they're still counting upstairs probably, or whatever that looks like. So we're talking about a year from now. Yeah, so if May is the goal, then establishing a timeline for those nominations. I kind of work our way backwards to whenever, I mean, I don't know if, 30 or 4 weeks or 6 weeks would be a time frame for us to want to put names on a table. But that's just the near future. I mean, we can work our way backwards from the May election next year.
Yeah, Jen and I talked about, do we assemble the committee for one maybe kickoff meeting in August, and then really the bulk of the work occurs September through early December with the goal of having something before the board in January to then put on the ballot in February.
Okay, so February is a time frame to get things on the ballot.
End of February.
Thank you for joining us. He's nodding his head back there.
I don't have the date. It
Yeah.
could be something like that.
Okay, yeah, so then, well, that helps to think about it like this. So then not worrying about the summer as much, but then having it in the fall time frame in front of us at the end of the year and make sure we have a decision before February.
Exactly. And so then the question would be, since we have somewhat of I'll use this term loosely, a summer recess, maybe from about June 30th to about June 15th. Maybe we'll have a meeting in there, but there may only be 2 commissioners in there. Would the board like to have the committee identified and appointed prior to June 30th, or is it something you would want to tackle when you as soon as you came back, for example, in July? And we can work with either one.
It sounds like July would work. I mean, if they're not actually getting together until September through December, if we come up in July.
Middle or end of July. even.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Okay, we're starting to put some structure to it. And then schedule of committee meetings, as I say, there's just however it starts to fall together.
We'll begin to put that together. Another question that Jen asked, and she's certainly sorry she's not here today, is the board open to including college students with some engagement, internship, something of that nature? And if so, the key is for her, she's back tomorrow. She would like to reach out to COCC before everybody adjourns for the summer so that they could begin to plan for it for the fall, or not, or do we just stay with a facilitator? It's something she had explored, and I understand it was a part of maybe the Civic Assembly or something else, and students may want to participate.
Well, so that's a little bit of dollars too for internship when we talk about it. Maybe somebody could be reimbursed for getting engaged and helping facilitate. Great resume builder. I don't mind that at all. If we fit it in the budget to have that engagement, understanding that this is an inherently political process. They'd be there as a facilitator, coordinator, and be a little bit of real life experience. You support that, Commissioner?
That's fine.
Commissioner Chang?
It's fine, dependent upon, I guess, dependent upon cost. I mean, if it costs us money, internships can be great things. You can give interns very clear jobs, and they can be kind of manageable things within a certain timeline and scope of responsibilities. Other times internships can be not super valuable for either the participants or the organization that's offering the internship, and I would hate for us to expend significant amounts of funds if we're not, without seeing a scope and having a sense of how many college students are eager to sign up for that and things like that.
It just takes one.
And I'm happy to have Jen discuss that more with the board. It's something she's really thought about. I haven't thought nearly as much about it, so I appreciate those comments, because you're right. We want to have productivity with a meaningful experience for the interns.
So, and this would be an approval of a kind of a plan, and this is putting the structure of that plan together up front. So we still have opportunities to either edit or approve or disapprove parts of it, I'm sure, in the future.
So I think Maria, who is Chief of Staff for Senator Broadman, actually was, I believe, either the president or vice president of OSU Cascades. And I met her then. And, here she is, Chief of Staff for Senator Broadman now. So it's really, it's wonderful to see. And she did an internship in DC too. So we might just get, someone that's really wants to be engaged.
As I say, it's educational too. This is 110 years of Deschutes County proper. This is going to 5 commissioners, putting a ballot measure together for the citizens to either accept or reject. Remember, we're just setting something for the ballot. So, I mean, it's just a great opportunity to be at the table. So, okay, so then flipping the next page here, other items to consider for developing a process.
So these are some other topics that we've continued to think about in terms of what the charge is and the charter is for the committee. Is it something that that the board is going to ultimately be deciding the criteria that the committee uses, or is it something that the board will want to give complete discretion to the committee, or does the board want to set some parameters? And we don't have to get down to all those details now, but it's just as we begin to think about what the committee's charge and charter is going to be, how much discretion does the board want to provide? And that does kind of lead into some of the other questions there as well.
Yeah. Well, I have a vision for what we think we're talking about here, and that's kind of what I would like to hand to the committees, as an input, just one input, and it's kind of a northwest, northeast, south, triad or whatever, plus the city of Bend being 100,000, cut in half, either north to south and east to west. That's a starting point. And then you want to population balance it and look whatever other values you want to do there. So as I say, that's the starting point for me that I would hand to the committee, is just the geographic, starting point. And as I say, I'll do it with crayon and in a blurry map so they can get real specific about it. And I do come to a conclusion that probably the starting point I'm thinking of is five individual commissioners from 5 districts. But then from there, they can just run with it and say, this is why we might do something else.
Right.
Uh,
You want to.
So that's my vision statement that,
Take the county and take a crayon and divide it? Is that what you said?
uh-huh.
But it actually has to be divided on more of a population
Well,
basis.
no, my point is my vision statement would be less clear,
Right.
but it's a vision. Cause then, yeah, it's gonna get down to, the precincts and the voting blocks and which street it would draw on the line at, which is a redistricting or districting for the first time. So that's my point. I wouldn't go in too much detail because I want them to do that.
Right, I think it's there because, Steve's information earlier was, the precincts, they're all different numbers. There's nothing really out there that you can follow, but it just has to be drawn up fairly, so.
Yeah, so that would be the.
Yeah, do you have it as
come up with
balanced
that.
as possible to begin with?
So as I say, that's my starting point, and we don't need to take that any farther today because this will come out in the next step or two. Yeah, Commissioner Chang.
I don't think that, based on the questions I was asking earlier, I don't have any kind of clear expectations about the committee being representative, broad, fair, and balanced. And that significantly affects how much control or decision-making power I want to give them. So I would love to talk about those other things and establish some kind of clear expectations so that we understand what the contours of this committee might look like before we talk about, how much discretion we're going to give them. Because if we came up with a broad, representative, fair, and balanced committee, I would feel comfortable giving them a lot of discretion. But again, we haven't discussed how we're going to make sure we have geographic representation across the county. We haven't discussed how we're going to ensure that the committee is reflective of the urban-rural division of the county. We haven't discussed how this committee is going to be reflective of the party affiliation continuum of the county. Yeah, I would like us to kind of discuss our intentions and expectations so that we can put together a really good committee so that we could give them a lot of discretion.
So Commissioner Chang, I'm going to select 2 individuals and bring them to the table. And that's my plan. They're going to be electors of Deschutes County. They're going to be engaged citizens, and they're going to come to the table with a willingness to do the people's work.
So how are we going to ensure that we end up with geographic representation across the county?
Well, we could all pick an attorney and wouldn't that be wonderful? We could have 7 attorneys battling out. No, I mean,
No.
I think this is just.
That doesn't answer the
think
question.
We're all going to choose someone that we feel is incredibly fair and wants to do a great job because this is for the citizens, the entire county citizens. And I feel that anyone that I appoint, I want that to be really clear with them that they've got to think about all sides of the story. So I'm just waiting for some feedback from some people that I've talked to about this because I think it's a great opportunity and it's definitely, there's always the unintended consequences of something. And, I feel like we're going to select engaged citizens. So somebody's not going to take this responsibility on that doesn't understand the impact for all 2008 people that live here.
208,000. Well, if we could discuss some expectations and intentions now, then we could proceed with our appointments with more clarity, and with a better sense of what our job is in terms of filling out the full breadth of geographies, political affiliations, urban rural divide, all of those things. And if we don't discuss intentions and expectations, then all of us are basically going to be making assumptions about what the other commissioners are going to do, and responding to those assumptions. And I'll be frank, my assumptions are I don't feel like that this group of three of us is going to be trying to create that breadth and representativeness without hearing statements to that effect.
Well, thank you for that incredibly kind vote of confidence. You said you had 5 to 10 people. I feel that we all want the same result, and I would hope and I would pray that 7 people could get together and actually work this out, because there's definitely, we're not talking about 10 million people. We're only talking about 210,000 people. And of course, it's in, what is it? How many acres did we say we have here? Almost 2 million acres.
5 million.
Yeah. Yeah, we almost have, yeah.
We should, instead of 3,055 square miles, we'll start talking.
Let's talk in acres. Yes, I do think that's important. So, I mean, I feel this is, it's definitely a win-win. 7 people can clearly get together and do a great job, and our county can go forward with the decisions that they make.
And we could give the people of Deschutes County the assurance that they're going to get a representative and broad committee by setting some expectations and parameters around that.
You have your 3 votes. I have 2 votes. Commissioner DeBonne has 2 votes. I do believe that we will be selecting a representation of the county. So it's not like we're talking about the state of Oregon. We're talking about Deschutes County.
It's pretty big.
Even though it is almost
complex
2
county.
million acres.
It's a very large geography. There are many different perspectives and populations within our county, and it would really be nice to assure people that we're going to capture that breadth and provide everybody with representation.
So facilitation is kind of the last topic that we would talk about,
Yes.
What's the vision for getting through this topic? I'm envisioning a process. It's kind of businesslike and political, but we do it in a public, open setting. You get down to the numbers and you acknowledge the political dynamics of it. And then a recommendation is to come to this board. So it could be a wild ride for a facilitator.
It could be. We could issue an RFP. I mean, if the board is supportive of a facilitator, we would issue an RFP. Although, given the amount,
okay,
we would still do something to solicit, or not, or we put it in the hands of the committee and staff. We aim to do it. One example that worked well with a facilitator, for example, was the Marijuana Advisory Committee, the MAC. That was a different outcome. They were coming up with recommendations on a whole series of standards, et cetera. This is different. This is it's 1 map or 2 maps that are going to be considered by the board. Staff will absolutely be involved if we have an intern that would help provide legwork. Certainly county staff will be involved. We'll need our GIS staff. We'll need any other staff to just help with. There'll be a team. There'll be a staff team. So whatever the board's pleasure is regarding facilitation, we can either begin to prepare that RFP and issue it and see what response we get, or we can not. We can plan for a staff team that I will be responsible for assembling, and we'll begin. It's helpful to do it now, just so that we can have the resources allocated come late summer and through the fall to dedicate to this.
Well, so as I say, I don't know how much, how much it would cost. I'm envisioning if I was a professional facilitator, contractor, is $1,000 a meeting the right number or something? I don't know. I have no idea.
No, weren't they paying like 5,000 for that person from Seattle?
So then if there's like 3 or 5 or 10 meetings, I don't know how much.
They were paying a lot. And I know we have to have some locally.
But my point is, for a facilitator, it would be wonderful to have that kind of professional point person that says, my job is to work with the committee, create the recommendation, and officially stamp it as this is the committee's recommendation, to hand it to us. Because if we had staff do it, it'd be kind of awkward. If we have our close friends do it, it's kind of awkward. So just somebody that has that hat on is what I'm envisioning.
It would certainly provide additional resources for us at the staff to help us through the process. And I think you're right. It's, call it $1,000 a meeting. That's what we were estimating to prepare for it, to conduct it, to recap it. Then you turn the corner and immediately begin to prepare for the next meeting. Jen has just kind of looked at, okay, is it 5 to 8 meetings? Is it 8 to 10 meetings? We don't know exactly yet, but we see that this could be a number that we could certainly work with as a starting point.
Yeah. Thoughts, Commissioner Chang?
If we don't provide clear direction and expectations, then a good facilitator isn't going to save this process. And based on the reluctance to provide some clarity on expectations and intentions around committee appointments, I'm not confident that we're going to give a facilitator a clear charge. So, yeah, but I've been a facilitator. I've worked in a lot of facilitated processes, and if a facilitator isn't set up for success, no amount of magicianness is going to fix that.
So it sounds like you're writing off the process before we get started. From my point of view, that was a pretty negative statement.
No. I'm asking for us to do this process right. That's all. And it's not too late to decide to set some clear expectations and discuss intentions around the very first step in the process, which is
I already
possibly the
very
most
clearly
important.
said, Commissioner
Black and
Chang.
white on this.
Yeah,
Easy.
I already clearly said, yes, I wanted to appoint someone who is not running. That's my personal, I thought it would be better, fair for the whole division of everything, and engage citizens. To engage citizens to establish this.
So how are we going to get geographic?
We have
breadth?
some really wonderful people that live here. They love that they live here, and they want to be fair because they don't want everyone in the county to be mad at them. So they will do a wonderful job.
There you go. That's the motivation right there.
I mean,
Yeah,
the basic.
Their picture will be all over the news if they are not fair. So I would not wish that on anyone.
So at the most basic level, how are we going to get geographic breadth on this committee if we don't try to do a little bit of coordination?
I bet you'll be surprised.
As I say, I don't feel the need to answer that question. I think there'll be a natural, dispersion. I mean, up from geographic parts of our county, it'll be a natural fit. And obviously, the way you're seeing this and the way you're concluding your thought process here is just so different than mine. And it's good. That's diversity right there.
Well, back when you all were coming up with this 2-2-3 scheme, one of the arguments that was made was, well, you're from Bend, there's a lot of people in Bend, so how about we give you 3 votes or three appointees?
You don't need to worry about it. You didn't vote for that.
Do I need to presume from that neither of you is going to appoint anyone from anywhere near the city of Bend? And that's my job, is to appoint 3 people from Bend, because Bend
job
is more
is
than half
to-
the population.
I want to appoint people that I think are fair, engaged, intelligent, and can make wise decisions. So I believe that's where I'm at. And I don't know how many different ways I can say it, but that's what I will be doing.
Well, yeah, so
Because I would really like to be able to consider people not from Bend. But if that's the way I've been pigeonholed in this process, and no one else is going to appoint anyone from the Bend area, then I'm left to assume that that's what I have to do.
I don't have any guidance for you there. I'm not going to engage in that one.
Okay.
Is the board supportive of us considering an RFP for facilitation services, just to see what we might?
I'm interested in learning about
Right.
that for sure.
Okay.
Sounds like, yeah.
But not more than $1,000 a meeting.
We would probably look at
Please.
we would aim to start with a $12,000 budget for the project. I don't know how many meetings it would last, what the startup cost would be, and just kind of helping throughout. But the key would be we would work within the budget that we have allocated at this time. And then we would, of course, visit with the board if we're not able to, and look at alternatives at that point.
Yes,
Okay.
sounds good.
In terms of, as we think about July, I can certainly meet with you in June. Do we want to think about as early as July 16th, or do you want to aim for maybe the next week, July 21st or 23rd? In terms of the appointment process. And then before you answer that, the other question is, do you want to submit those to us like for the packet prior to, so everybody sees it, or do you want to bring those to the meeting? I don't want to presume that
Great.
you want to do one way or the other. We're flexible.
Yeah, thank you. Thinking that through. So it's middle of May, or a week and a half left in May, all of June, and then we're talking about July as setting a date for us to, either make our appointments or bring them to the table, however we're going to do it. You mentioned, the 16th is the third Wednesday, was kind of the second business week, or the 21st, 23rd, something like that.
Right. Either one of those seems fine.
Okay, we don't have to set that date.
well,
Are you gone?
We can.
Yeah, so as I say, extended time around the 4th of July, but I won't be back till I'll be available for a board meeting on the 14th, so not the week before though.
Okay, all right. So the 7th through the 11th, not.
Yeah.
And
So the next Monday or Wednesday is better. So let's not do it on the 16th then. So 21 or 23.
Okay, great.
And so how about we just leave it that far, and then we can talk about it in one-on-ones about how, if we want to put any more direction to that specifically, just like your question of, are we just going to put names on an agenda for appointment, or are we going to maybe lay it out at a board meeting? So
Perfect.
we'll work through that.
We'll work through that separately. There's a lot of other things that we'll work through as we get closer to that process too, such as public input. How does that, I'm not asking for any of that input today. The only other thing I just want to recognize is legal counsel has been incredibly helpful to us. So I just want to make sure if they have any comments, and same with our clerk, Steve Dennison, this is a team effort. I just want to make sure that they have the opportunity to provide any comments should they wish to or not. And if not, that's okay. I don't want to put anybody on the spot either, but I know how valuable they are to me and to us.
So anyone from the team wanted to make a comment today? No,
So-
I see shaking heads.
Okay.
Yeah, so as I say, for sort of concluding for today, I do represent each and every citizen in Deschutes County. And we'll work through a process of figuring out, representative group between the three of us. Vibrant discussion, obviously. So this is interesting moment, and it's really just to put a measure on the ballot for the electors to either approve or deny.
Right.
So, I mean, that's the end of this.
Because some people actually don't want this. So
Yeah.
it'll be up to the voters.
Commissioner Chang, anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Put a little more direction to that.
Thank you.
At this time, item number 19, consideration of administrative policy for a temporary safe stay area. Guidelines, rules, and enforcement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Christy Bollinger, Deschutes County Property Management. This particular item is to ask your consideration of authorizing the county administrator's signature related to Administrative Policy GA 27, which is a new policy for the temporary safe stay area guidelines, rules, and enforcement. So just to give a little bit of context, back in October of 2024, the City of Bend and the county jointly adopted a resolution in which directed staff to develop administrative policies to mitigate and improve safety conditions and address steps to work towards compliance under the code enforcement action previously issued by Deschutes County Community Development Department. So the city staff and county staff have been working on policies over the last short term. And about 2 weeks ago, the city adopted their policy, and this would be just the county's version of that. So with that, Eric, anything to add?
Nothing to add. Sorry, I'm late. I was watching from upstairs and pushed down here when I
And we
realized
switch gears real fast on you.
you're ending the last item.
I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
So, please.
Sure. So if somebody's dog is not on a leash, what are you going to do with them?
So part of this process is we've developed an an advisory type committee, includes city staff, county staff, and also some community service providers. So if it's something that's sort of needs to be elevated, this committee will review and make a recommendation. So if need be, we need to remove somebody from the TSSA, we have the opportunity to do that. If it's off their leash and it hasn't been a problem, we would probably just go talk to the person and ask them to keep the dog contained.
Well, yeah, it seems like an appropriate set of, just expectations and a little bit of resources. We've got the review committee process in here, working with our service providers. And as I say, in partnership with the City of Bend. So this is Deschutes County's policy and how we think we're going to proceed. Any other comments? Maybe it's as simple as that today. So we put a administrative policy in place. And we also already have like the personal belongings and asking people to move policy or something. So that kind of relies on other policies already. I guess I didn't prepare for that, but kind of the state law for when somebody's moved and personal belongings, it's in the storage area. Do we have another policy in place already?
Yeah, if we need to remove an encampment, we have procedures and policies in place to address that.
What about the people that started the fire at the dumpster? What was it, up 2 months ago or something? Did anybody get in trouble for that?
Last we checked on that, we have weekly meetings about the TSSA. I don't believe there was any charges made, to my knowledge.
I don't think it was determined who
Yeah.
started the fire.
Yeah.
So review committees to be established, that's coming around like right now, or has it already started, been put together?
We've put it together. We've had just a couple meetings to this date.
Any other thoughts?
Okay.
This is for signature of the county administrator. Is there a motion?
Okay, yes. A move approval of the county administrator's signature of General Administrative Policy GA 27, Temporary Safe Stay Area Guidelines, Rules, and Enforcement.
Second.
I didn't hear you. I saw your mouth moving there, so I think that was a second.
Second.
There we go. Okay, thank you. And any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair will vote yes also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item number 20, dedicating property for right-of-way.
Thank you, Commissioner DeBonne. This is also an item that I added to the agenda. We're ahead of, the board is ahead of schedule, so I'm not sure if we have our other project team members for the Core 3 project online yet or not. I did send them an email letting them know that it seemed like the board was ahead of schedule.
Yeah, so I guess we jumped ahead. Just those first two items, we didn't get engaged as we thought, so that's all. And we're not in a rush at this time, so we can look.
Can you confirm if there's anybody?
So Catherine's iPhone.
George Hager, Jesse Witterode, and Summers Taylor. But they may not have gotten my message. I don't know.
I just wanted to let you know that Catherine Osborne is also here.
Catherine Osborne. Great.
Is everybody? And it's Jesse. Okay.
I was trying to do that.
Has everybody been brought forward? Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and just have our online guests go ahead and introduce themselves.
I can begin. I'm George Hager with Sarah Architects.
Thank you for joining.
Sorry, Commissioner. This is Summers Taylor, Program Coordinator at Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council.
Great, thank you. And Catherine Osborne said she was there, City Councilor in Redmond.
Okay. All right. So today, Commissioners, we're here to ask for your authorization to dedicate 15.05 acres of county-owned property to public right-of-way. And this is in East Redmond. This is associated with the Core 3 project. So back in June of 2023, the board authorized submitting a number of applications to the City of Redmond and also to Deschutes County Community Development for a number of land use actions. So this particular dedication would satisfy a condition of approval associated with the land use actions, including the partition, which would create a separate parcel for the Core 3 property, which would be about 300 acres. So of this 15.05 acres for dedication of right-of-way, 14.78 acres is from the Core 3 footprint. So it's not eating into additional county-owned property. And then 0.027 acres would come from the county's parent parcel, which would be a dedication for future development of 17th Street, which is basically along the western line of the county's larger parcel. So just basically west of Oasis Village, west of the Mountain View footprint, Mountain View Community Development footprint, and west of the managed camp. So with that, go ahead and pause, and we have a great team here to help answer any questions you might have.
Well, thanks for getting it to this to this spot to be able to even get these discussions happening. 21st Street's the kind of the active design and plan, and people are expecting that turnoff of the highway there, 126. 17th Street was kind of a surprise for me. I'm like, oh, I guess the other side of the property. And then also Evergreen, cutting across at some future date, there may be a road on the north edge of that Core 3 type property. But it's all good work to be able to get there, put it on the map. When we do these partitioning efforts, we'll have it kind of the grid laid out in that area, even though we don't have connections on all of them yet.
And I also really quickly like to add that This motion would also approve granting a temporary construction easement to Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council, and that's for the development of 21st Street. So that would allow them to come in there while we still own the property and start the development of that street.
So just, yeah, being able to back up the excavator off of the right of way and work on the right of way. Any other questions or thoughts or?
So as you just said, Christy, 14.78 was already part of the 300.
Correct.
So it's really only an additional 0.27 acres that the county is putting in.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that, those details.
You're welcome.
Anything else from our architects?
And for me,
Okay. Commissioner Chang?
No questions.
See, this afternoon's going to be like that. We put all kinds of time in here. We're just rolling through these agenda items.
So therefore, I will make a
Sure.
motion. Move approval of board signature of order number 2025-020 to authorize dedicating plus or minus 15.05 acres of county-owned property to the public right-of-way in East Redmond associated with the Core 3 project. Authorize granting a temporary, can I do this all in one motion then, Kim? Okay. Authorize granting a temporary construction easement to Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council and further authorize the Deschutes County Property Manager to execute the documents associated with the dedication of the public right-of-way and temporary construction easement. But it's really just a teeny bit of property that's in addition to, but we don't have to clarify that here in the motion.
I don't believe so. It's all
Okay.
county-owned property. So it'll be dedicated in the same manner. I was just pointing out that detail because I
Okay.
felt that was important to share.
It is important. Thank you. Okay, I made the motion.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Just good to see the details on here to understand that it's pretty far down the path for the planning also. With that, seeing no other discussion, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
And Chair will vote yes also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, so our 3:10 item's going to be almost an hour early.
And he's available online.
Oh, online. Okay, great. Yeah. So item number 21, Treasury Report, April. So Bill Kuhn may be online for us. Coming in now. Okay. Yep, not a problem.
Trying to run air traffic control over here with all
Yeah,
the
she's
flights
got-
landing
yeah.
early.
Okay. Landing them early. There we go. Welcome.
There we go. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm getting a little feedback here.
Yes.
Brenda, can you? Quite sure.
I don't know. Is there?
Bill, if you turn off the volume of output from your speaker but leave your microphone on, then maybe it
Try
will.
that.
Or is there two devices?
Well, he's got his speaker that's putting out what he just said, and his microphone that's picking up what he's saying. But if his speaker isn't putting out what he just said, maybe the microphone won't pick it up and re-echo it.
Okay, is that better? Nope.
Worse.
Let me see, speaker.
You could always call us.
Let's try that.
Still echo. We'll try it
that.
again.
Nope, still there.
Oh, no, I think it's gone from here.
Okay, good, perfect. My apologies. And I'm attending remotely. I'm a little under the weather right now, and I didn't feel I could be right to be in the room with everybody else. So here,
Around.
for the record,
Okay, well, hopefully you're feeling better. Thanks for joining us.
sure, you're very welcome. Deschutes County Treasurer, and have the opportunity to present the April Treasurer's Report here. And as I usually do, I'll take a few minutes and provide some high-level recent economic updates. Probably the most recent thing I wanted to talk about was on Friday, Moody's became the third and final major credit reporting agency to downgrade U.S. government debt from the highest AAA rating to a rating of AA+. This rating downgrade is due to, according to the news release, Congress's inability to agree on measures to reverse the worrying trend of large annual fiscal deficits and growing interest costs. Annual debt servicing now exceeds $1 trillion, and the rating had already been downgraded in prior years by both S&P and Fitch Ratings, which are the other major credit rating agencies. Along the same lines, over the weekend, the House committee advanced a bill that would add an estimated $2.5 trillion in federal deficits that have now reached $36 trillion in total. U.S. debt has roughly doubled in the last 10 years alone. I would note that this rating downgrade, it is a lagging indicator based in part on past fiscal decisions that have led to significant debt levels that we face today. On a related note, Moody's, in addition to downgrading U.S. government debt, they also downgraded other government-sponsored entities, which are called GSEs, including Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Federal Home Loan Bank, Federal Farm Credit Bank, as well as the largest banks in the U.S., including J.P. Morgan Chase, B of A, and Wells Fargo. The other lead story, and this is what I would have been leading with before Friday's events, was a much cooler than expected CPI report, with inflation dropping to 2.4% on an annual basis, which was followed by a producer price index report that dropped to 0.5% in April. Year over year, the PPI increased only 2.4%. So both of those indexes have cooled from the prior month. What's also interesting in this latest data release is that it appears that many businesses are absorbing higher costs associated with the tariffs as opposed to passing them on to the customer. And that's not sustainable for very long. So it'll remain to see what happens over the next several months. Other data suggests that consumers reeled in spending in April due to the uncertain outlook with tariffs and also the economy. So a lot of the demand that was expected to occur in April and beyond was actually pushed into March and February to avoid tariff-related price increases. And on a related note, the U.S. dollar, again, is at roughly a 3-year low over global concerns with U.S. fiscal policy, as the greenback is widely viewed as a global reserve currency. It was announced last week that the U.S. and China have begun negotiations on their escalating and layering tariff war. The U.S. has agreed to lower average U.S. import taxes to roughly 50% for a 90-day period, which was down from 145% that was established earlier. It is expected that China's defiant stand on tariff issues has caused some other countries to slow the pace of negotiation, expecting more favorable results if they delay their negotiations. Varying opinions on tariff initiatives and the likely outcome impacting economic activity and inflation, with likely slower growth, especially in the first half of the year, along with elevated inflation. This will force the Fed to slow any further reductions in rate. Reflecting this uncertainty, the majority of Fed officials anticipate only 50% or 50 basis point reductions in rates this year. I'll give you a for instance in terms of what the rates are doing. The bellwether 10-year U.S. Treasury yield was at 4% on April 4th, but has since gained significantly, and as of last Friday, is currently trading at 4.56%. And this is important as most long-term mortgage rates are priced based on this index. Relating to the economy, U.S. jobs growth reported 177,000 jobs in April, surpassing expectations of 138,000 jobs for the month. Conversely, the unemployment rate remained at 4.2%. The stronger than expected jobs report suggests a resilient economy heading into Q2, leading the Fed to monitor tariff activity on future economic growth. Areas of strength were in healthcare. Well, not surprisingly, the largest area of job loss again was in federal government employee. As a result, the Fed has an exceedingly difficult path forward, attempting a delicate balance of supporting the U.S. labor market while trying to reduce price pressures back to that 2% level that they're trying to achieve. Not surprisingly, the Fed chose to leave rates unchanged during its last meeting on May 6th and 7th. Wall Street is still forecasting only 2 rate cuts in 2025, which will likely occur later in the year after Trump's tariff policy becomes clear. Another economic barometer that I'm continuing to watch is consumer confidence, which dropped another 0.9% in April, and it's now the lowest level in 13 years, reflecting consumers' growing concerns over current business conditions and the negative impacts from tariffs. The most recent average 30-year mortgage rate has risen to 6.96%, driven largely by the increase in the 10-year bond yield. Rates are up nearly 40 basis points from February of 2025. The current economic environment has dampened housing starts, which were reported at only 927,000 units in April, or 2.1% below the March 2025 level. High construction costs, the current interest rate environment, and challenging housing affordability continue to cause builders to approach this market with caution. At a regional level, I typically provide data on several markets within Deschutes County. The Bend single-family market showed a median sales price of $832,000 in April, which is a new record, which was also up from $748,000 in March. With 146 sales for the month of April, 50 sales, or 34%, were above $1 million, and 50 of these were cash sales. There is, however, a 4-month supply of homes currently listed for sale, but only a 23-day period listing period for sold properties. So the properties that are selling quickly, but inventory levels are building. Those can be interesting to see what impact that has on pricing going forward. Of note, the Bend area single-family building permits jumped to 78 in April, which was up sharply from 31 in March. Redmond statistics saw a stable median price of $540,000 in April compared to $523,000 in March. Redmond area permits were up to 25 for the month of April, which was a rise from 15 in the prior month. And sales in the Redmond area continued to increase over the past several months, which likely correlates with increasing economic growth and activity in the area. Looking at some other markets within Deschutes County, Sisters Market had a median sales price of $771,000 on 6 sales. Sun River had a median price of $810,000, and Lapine had a median price of $442,000. Do we have any questions on economic activity?
2 observations or 2 kind of thoughts. So Amazon's coming to Redmond, so that's a big commercial play that was announced this
huge
week.
boost.
So that'll sure spur some activity. Yeah, that'll be interesting. And then also, when I always hear the Lapine numbers being down, the flip side to that is there are some 1-acre properties with an aged manufacturer home on the property that are just huge opportunities still. Low cost of energy, put a new home on that 1 acre. And there's some really great opportunities in southern Deschutes County. And none of those are high priced. They're pretty rough right now. But, you know, for that flipping opportunity, there's some interesting plays out there.
Well, there's your tip for the day.
There you go.
I will.
So Bill, you didn't mention that the federal government actually lowered the jobs numbers from the prior year significantly. I believe
The
they
prior month.
might have done that twice last year.
Yeah, they have. And I take these job numbers with a grain of salt. Typically, they lead with the job number and then it's revised a month or two after the fact. So it's kind of I don't know. I don't place a lot of credence on the initial jobs report because they try to get the information out quicker than maybe they're prepared to do so. So that's a great point. To follow up on Commissioner DeBone's 2 points, Redmond has a tremendous supply of industrial land and it's shovel ready. So I think what we're going to see is we're going to see an increased importance and reliance upon industrial growth in the Redmond market because they do have that land ready and available to build on. And Bend is simply, they're just about out of developable industrial land. And also Lapine with their business park down there. They've got shovel-ready land, ready to build, and it's very affordably priced. So I do believe that both of those two communities will benefit by that factor going forward. So I'll go ahead and move into the April Treasurers Report. The portfolio balance was $342.6 million at month end, which was an increase of $1.4 million from March. And this increase is primarily due to just simple, kind of cash flow requirements and needs. So we did process the small tax turnover for the month. It did have an impact there as well. Net investment earnings were $1,076,000 for the month, which was 47.9 thousand lower than the previous month, but 169.9 thousand higher than a year ago. We are starting to see the impact of the reduction in short-term rates in both our short-term LGIP pool and also the FIB rates, but they have remained flat over the last 45 to 60 days. All portfolio category balances are well within policy guidelines. As mentioned, the LGIP rate remained at 4.6% for the month, and the FIB rate is also staying at that 4.25% rate. And what I'm doing on that report is now showing a blended average rate under the yield percentage line item to account for the two different rates. Overall portfolio yields increased slightly to 4% in April, which was up from 3.96% in March. And this is also being impacted by the redemption of lower yielding aged investments in the portfolio. And I want to make note that the report that you have in front of you, the portfolio detail report, based on recent discussions at the Investment Advisory Committee meeting, I'm now providing that portfolio detail sorted by earliest maturity for each investment type within the report. Commissioner Adair, thank you very much for that suggestion. I think it's a little bit more readable. You can actually look at it by investment type and actually see earliest to latest, the redemption, the maturity schedule within that investment category. A little bit more detail in that report. We have roughly 30 million in investments that are currently yielding a sub 1% yield that will mature before the end of 2025. Many of these investments were made in 2020, so they were invested for a 5-year term at a sub 1% yield. And we've got 18 million scheduled for redemption in August of 2025. So what will happen as these funds come due, if they aren't used to support normal operating cash flow, is they will either remain in the LGIP pool, which is currently yielding 4.6%, or they will be reinvested at a much higher rate than the rate that we're seeing go away with that redemption. So bottom line is, in all honesty, we're going to continue to improve the overall portfolio yield as a significant number of very low yielding investments drop off. And I think we're going to see a nice little bump in the yield there between now and the end of the year. With recent investment activity, the portfolio now has a weighted term to maturity of 1.06 years, with a maximum maturity standing at 3.17 years right now. And that weighted term to maturity is also skewed somewhat by that 30 million that'll be maturing between now and the end of the year. So when we see that $18 million bulge in investments that'll roll out in August, that's going to have an impact on the yield to maturity as well, or excuse me, the average weighted yield as well. And we do continue to keep a higher level of short-term liquidity in place right now because we are getting a pretty nice yield there, and it also gives us a little bit of dry powder in the event that we need it. Without further ado, any questions regarding the report?
So for that investment portfolio spreadsheet, are some of those ratings going to change, the AAA to AA minus or whatever it is?
Yeah,
have there-
there will be an impact there as we and that was really the AAA rating was the last holdout for U.S. federal when Moody's downgraded to AA plus, and so that's going to have an overall impact. It won't impact obviously it's still the most desirable investment, the lowest risk investment that we can invest in, but it just has it doesn't carry that AAA rating any longer.
I just acknowledge, yeah, so the rating is of this report, it's all AAA, but next month it'll be changing to AA plus,
AA
right?
plus, which is the second highest rating category you can achieve.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's I think there's 11 different rating tranches there. And there won't be, AAA rating will no longer be in existence.
Good.
Oh, maybe we live in interesting times.
Yes.
So when did we actually do the 13 million into the PERS? Was that in 20? Or was it, I know it was when Greg Munn was here. Because I'm wondering, okay, so I'm looking these 2020 purchases of horrible coupon rates. So I'm just wondering, did we do that at the same time? Because he did a lot of investing.
Possibly, and I would state that U.S. government debt at that time during the height of the pandemic was yielding virtually zero, close to it. And so just a very poor interest rate environment. There weren't any other alternatives, but we've had these very low yielding investments on our balance sheet, on our books for quite some time. And we're starting to see the end of the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel here. When we get through the end of this year, I think the bulk of those low yielding sub 1% rates will have aged out of our portfolio.
Yeah, I don't see, looking down, I don't see them after that. So that's great.
Yeah, it's taken a little while, but we're getting there. Thank you.
Very much. Glad we got the technology figured out and hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next is our finance report, monthly finance report for April.
Afternoon, Commissioners. Glad I could be here at the beginning of your meeting and near the end as well.
Lucky day, isn't it? You are so lucky.
The day just got a little shorter, though. We're almost an hour early.
That's the good news. For the record, Robert Tintle, Chief Financial Officer.
Jana Kane, Controller.
We're here. We're both going to present, actually the majority of this presentation today on the April 2025 unaudited monthly financial report will take place by Jana. She'll be given that information today. And so with that, I will turn it over to her.
Okay. So page 382 of your packet, we have our overall memo on the financial statements. And so I actually can't believe we're already 83% through the year. We always like to highlight how far through the year, so you know, like when you're looking at the percentages where we should be versus where we're at. So revenues are already looking solid, 51.7 million, 99% of budget for our general fund. So I think that's a good thing. At the same time last year, we were about 96% of our budgeted figures. If you turn the page to our position control summary, we had one decrease in FTE from last month, a community health specialist 2 in health services. And then our vacancies a little bit higher than last month, 10.2%, but still sitting below the last 2 years. Fiscal year 23, 10.43%, fiscal year 24, 10.55%. So pretty in line with this time of year. Any questions?
Just, yeah, it's always amazing watching the numbers pop around a little bit, jump out at me as 911 went from 1 to 4 to 5. And it's like they were on it a few months ago and then they're going back, but it's just people coming and going.
No, but 2 weeks in February, it was
Yes.
perfect,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that what Sarah's had? 2 weeks.
I
So
always tell people when they say, "Oh, you're fully staffed," it's like, don't jinx it.
I know.
not jinx it.
They were such great weeks.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Well, and then this is the opportunity. There's career opportunities at Deschutes County, all kinds of things to be able to do.
So on to page 384, we have our total personnel and overtime report. So currently, no funds are over budget in total personnel cost as of April 30th. As Robert mentioned before, projected overages are mostly due to not increasing the budget for additional health insurance costs that weren't budgeted originally last year. 4 funds will need budget adjustments before year end if projections come to fruition. And then 5 small funds are over budget in their overtime, but still well within their personnel budgets. Okay. Then we're on to our general fund report on page 389. So no change in projected fund balances for last month. For general fund, we do have some restricted funds sitting in our ending fund balances, 1.2 million for opioid settlements, 2 million for ARPA funds. Of that, 1.3 million still unallocated. And then we've got 500K of emergency reserves.
I do have a question, Janet. I was noticing that we were at 98% for our property taxes current. And yet when you go to 911, they are at 97%. Just a touch different. And I think the sheriff was too. What's that difference?
Yeah, they're all countywide rates.
Yeah. It could be based on budget. And when we do the budget estimates, and sometimes the district total budgets are it could be a little different than what we budget for the general fund for the county district. And so it's just a percentage of the total budgeted amount. But when we receive the taxes in, they are distributed according to the percentage schedule. So they are distributed the same based on the percentage, but based on the original budget, when we do that, there could be slight variation in that.
Okay. Yeah, the sheriff was at 97 for number 1 and 2. So, but somehow we were at 98, so.
And I bet part of that too is slight rounding, when it slightly rounds up or down.
Right. Okay.
I will say finance does the projections for the general fund, and each department, 911 and sheriff's office, do their own projections for property taxes. So there could be like a slight difference in methodology.
Okay.
Okay, on to page 390, juvenile. So during April, juvenile received a new grant award. Well, they received the cash from Central Oregon Health Council, which hit miscellaneous revenues in their financial statements, tick mark E, if you're looking at it. And so this resulted in a $136,000 increase in their projected total resources from last month. And then they're also estimating additional $49,000 in savings from last month. So this resulted in a $185,000 increase in fund balance from last month. So that fund's looking really healthy. On page 391 of the packet is transient room tax. So room tax revenues are up 2% from this same month last year. But I do want to note the county actually received a pretty large payment in April that we'd normally receive in May. So we might see that balance out next month. So we might have like a slight increase showing this month that will not still be there next month.
So when do we get the 100,000 or whatever approximate from Eagle Crest?
That is the payment that she is referring.
So we actually got it early this time?
Mhm.
Early instead of late? Okay.
No, May is still timely, but earlier in the year than we normally receive it.
Okay. Well, this was April, so they sent it to us in April.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of May. Right.
But it is causing some fluctuations in our year-to-date numbers.
Okay, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yep. ARPA on page 392 and then Justice Court on 393, no significant changes unless y'all have any questions. Kind of going to skip over those two. On page 394 is the Sheriff's Office monthly financial report. So no changes in revenue projections. The Sheriff's Office continues to see savings from vacancies and reduced spending. They're currently estimating being 4.1 million under budget, which is 300K more than they had projected last month.
And it is interesting because the ranch shows up on our financials, but on their numbers we were looking at, you couldn't find it.
Right.
I think it was Samantha or Jessica were explaining to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to pass it over to Robert. He's going to go over health services.
Okay, so page 395 in your packet, health services, the first page is just the roll-up of all their funds, programs in that area. I'll just go to page 396 in the packet, which starts about admin. There are no changes in their admin projections where they think they'll end up by the end of the year. It's in line with what last month. I did just want to give you the footnote on their reserve fund. Of course, we talked about this during the budget process as well. Their Fund 270 reserves, as of April 30th, they have 32.9 million actual reserve. They project by the end of the year to be at 36.1 million. And as Cheryl stated, they update that every month as they go through. So we'll get updated numbers on that each month. So next page 397 is the Behavioral Health Fund. So their total resources, they did slightly adjust their resources coming in. They're expecting about 200,000 better than they were, what their projections were for last month. So that's good news. On their total requirements, it's about the same that they're projected last month. Under transfers on there, they are projecting to transfer in less from the behavioral health reserve. So that's why you see that transfers in OHP mental health, that top line under the transfer section. They're projecting less transferring in from their reserves. So that affects some of the numbers. And so their total fund balance is $600,000 variance from budget, where they're expecting their fund balance to be at $3.6 million, which is greater than their 2.9, about $3 million for their budgeted amount for fund balance. And again, this is as of April. We know there's a lot of funding issues within behavioral public health that we're watching, concerned about in those areas. So the next page 398 for public health, that program, again, their projections for this month is very close to last month. So not a lot of change there for what they're expecting. They're anticipating their ending fund balance to be about $3.06 million, which is 1.1 million more than they were anticipating at the time of the budget.
So next up, we have community development. So from Sherry Penner's monthly report she provides, the significant highlight I see for April is the permanent revenue collection for 2 commercial projects, 281,000. Their fund balance is still on target, coming in right around 1 million, in alignment with their year-end projections. So on to the next page, sorry. Road on page 400, and then the road CIP fund, which is 402, skip a page. Both of those had no major changes from last month. So I'm going to go back to adult parole and probation on 401. So they're showing an additional 96,000 in fund balance, like their projected fund balance. This is mostly due to an $88,000 increase in projected revenues. And then just slight savings on the requirement side. And then I'm going to flip over to solid waste on page 404. And they also had no significant changes from last month's projections. So either everybody's doing a stellar job projecting, or they were all busy with budget last week. So
Next time it'll be a little bit more changes.
For Fair and Expo on page 405, so they're projecting an additional 100,000 in revenues and 41,000 of expenditures. This was a net impact of $85,000 increase to their projected ending fund balance. The annual county fair reports on pages 406 and 407 didn't have any significant changes from last month. And then the RV park on page 409.
I do have a question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so on page 407, where it says Fair 2024, which was last year's fair, right?
Yes.
Because it was after whatever tax year.
Yep.
Okay, so the gate receipts say 926,552. But then when you turn the page back to this one, the gate receipts show 923,260.
The difference is the page 406 in your packet, that's based on the fiscal year basis. And so that's based from July 1st.
First, right.
And they prepare this separate report on page 407. It's the calendar year. So if you're looking, which is January through December. So
Okay, so then you're trying to tell me that somebody paid earlier than the first
Or
of
was
the,
it the year before even?
well, that's what I was
right. I mean,
implying.
technically, that's where the difference is.
Somebody would actually buy their tickets early.
Well,
Yes,
it would have to be earlier, right?
right, before June or July 1st. Okay, because I was like going, why is that a different number?
Calendar year versus
Yep.
Oh, and the state grant. When do we normally get that 53,167? Do we know? And I believe that legislation is still alive this year in order to take that cap off, which could be really helpful for all 36 counties.
I'm not sure. We'll get back. We'll have to get back. to
Yeah,
that.
Because, right. I was just, it shows that we've already gotten it, actuals to date.
Yes.
So we've already received it for this year's fair.
Yep. Yeah, I can look that up for you right after this.
I was just curious. I mean, it's amazing they've already paid us. So nice.
Even in the fiscal year, you can see in the current year on page 408, we receive the actuals has a 53,802 in the current year, which is different than the 53,167 in the last fiscal year, which shows up on the calendar year report. You can see the correlation to the numbers there.
Right.
We did receive it for the fiscal year already.
And we're projecting it's going to be $1 more.
I'm guessing that's a rounding thing too.
It must be.
So any more questions on fair? Okay. So the RV park, on page 409, so they saw some small decreases in projections for revenues and expenditures, assuming based on actual. The net impact to their projected fund balance for year end, $15,000 increase. Yeah. No significant changes to RV park reserves on page 410. And then Robert's going to talk to you about the health benefits fund.
Yeah, the good news with the Health Benefits Fund, the latest report we've also received from our benefits consultant which had actuals through April. The revenue we bring in from our department charges and the employee co-pays, but our revenue, the amount we're charging is higher, so the revenue, than the medical expenditures that we're actually incurring, which is the good trend. And we've been on that trend for a while, so that's still good news. So April, we're bringing in enough revenue to cover the expenditures. So that's why we did adjust the projections in the Health Benefits Fund. Again, we're on page 412. Revenues are about 100,000 more than last month's projection, which means our total fund balance actual as of April is 11.8 million, but we know that will go down as we continue to have expenditures. And so we're projecting 8.5 million by the end of the month. We're still optimistic that that's a very conservative number, but at minimum 8.5 million. So $600,000 greater variance than the original budget is what we're projecting. And so the fund balance is $100,000 greater than we were anticipating last month. So slowly but surely ticking up. And again, as we see more actuals now for May and June, that's really going to help us as Jana mentioned at the beginning, we're in the home stretch here for the fiscal year. So so far, our health benefits fund is doing what we were hoping it would be doing based on the revenues and the expenditures.
And then to wrap up, 911 with no significant changes to report.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Great to see you. Yep.
I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, so that's the end of our agenda. Any other items? Then we do have executive session also today. We have a letter.
Want me to start with that?
Sure.
Okay, the first is I provided a draft letter for your consideration based on the board's legislative meeting on Friday morning to identify our primarily our funding priorities for the end of the 2025 legislative session. So in coordination with Doug Riggs and departments, I have a draft letter before you this morning identifying and just very, very at the highest level snapshots of each of those requests. In addition, and they're not in priority order, so we can order them however you wish, change whatever you wish. And Commissioner Chang sent an email with a couple of additional priorities. So I just want to make sure that I have those before me. I have not had a chance to pass those out, but just to turn it over to the board to get reactions, thoughts, perspectives, changes, however you would like to proceed.
Yeah, so I was able to review a draft yesterday, and just as a few items jumped out as just maybe changing the order, but that's the only thing. I'm real supportive of what does it look like from Deschutes County point of view for our legislators as they're starting to kind of aim at closing up the big budget discussion. So you have another item from Commissioner Chang other than the ones that are on here also?
I can either summarize those, or Commissioner Chang is
Commissioner
here and he
Chang,
can, whichever, Commissioner Chang, whichever you prefer.
I'd be happy to add. So 3 other bills or funding decisions that I think are pretty relevant to Deschutes County that I would like us to add to this letter are House Bill 2954, which was primary addiction prevention. You know, we talk a lot about trying to prevent kids from substance abuse and becoming addicts. This piece, if funded, would also support our Healthy Schools program, maybe reducing the amount of general fund dollars that we need to put into that program. So that's House Bill 2954, primary addiction prevention. I also wanted to raise the possibility of us supporting some of the housing and shelter funding items that the Regional Housing Council basically put forward for our consideration. Those would include House Bill 3031, which was infrastructure funding for housing. And then there was another infrastructure funding for housing bill that was more like specific projects. You know, the 3031 is to, make funding available on a competitive basis. House Bill 2018 was basically earmarking funds for some specific projects, including a big chunk, over $2 million for affordable housing projects in Redmond. I think that's actually connected to the North Point Vista project. Then the third piece I wanted to mention was House Bill 3644, which was the shelter funding bill. Essentially, without the shelter that we have in the region, without the the supportive services that we have in the region, homelessness would be a lot worse here. And you know, it's not great, but it would be much worse. And for us to be able to accomplish some of the things that we want to do in the future, clear out the TSSA, clear out the 137 acres in East Redmond, we need to have shelter capacity for you know, so that people have places to go. Besides just relocating to other unauthorized camping locations. And we've seen how, how even with the shelter capacity that we had, there was still a lot of spill of people from China Hat into other unauthorized locations. So to prevent that, you know, prevent us from having even worse outcomes when we move to clear Juniper Ridge, North Juniper Ridge, or the 137 acres in East Redmond. It's really important for that shelter funding to be coming from the state, supporting efforts in our community. So just wanted to put those 3 forward as potential additions on this letter.
So the second item you mentioned, infrastructure funding for housing. Yeah, I'm envisioning, you know, the bold words here that may jump right out at you. So, you know, infrastructure funding for housing, and then those bill numbers would be a way to go. You know, addiction prevention and the shelter funding. Those are obviously important, big items, but I'm just less enthusiastic about adding them to this list. You know, this list, it'll get watered down after about 15 or 20. All of a sudden you're like, oh my goodness, they want everything. So that's my only thought process. So infrastructure funding for housing, I absolutely support. Maybe we keep it to 15. Any thoughts, Commissioner?
Right. Well, I was glad we were over 13, but yeah, that's definitely, that's going to make it a 3-page letter.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, keep it on 2 pages too.
Yeah, I just think, exactly. I do want to add that we do have almost 3.2 million into the Terrebonne Sanitation District already. So I've got an email that's going to be going to the state regarding that breakdown that we've actually, it's got federal and a lot of county money in it. And so that may help that project get funded. So the 2.5 million, item number 3. And then item number 7, I've actually still waiting on Wheeler County, but all the other counties involved in that, there's 5 other counties plus Wheeler. They've all put their names on a letter supporting that. So I'm hoping that we will be successful there because according to the comments made 7 a.m. in the morning from Senator McLean, who is part of this, said, you know, having letters at this point in time this week, this is when we have to get it done. This is the time.
I'm confident I can get the infrastructure funding for housing with the support for House Bill 3031 and House Bill 2018 to keep it on 2 pages. I can format that. So if you want to,
Right.
if there's support to include that, I can certainly do that.
Right.
But then,
Use a smaller font or something.
yeah, I can figure out the font. And then, so we'll include that, but I'm not hearing necessarily for the other 2 for at this point, at this time, or?
Just because it's getting so busy.
Okay.
Addiction prevention.
And
in fact, for infrastructure for housing, funding for housing, maybe put it, number right up in the middle of the first page, right? I don't,
Okay.
It doesn't matter which number, I guess, but
Yeah.
middle of the first page would be good. And I think that is valuable around the whole state. You know, if there can be some of the crossroad towns, some of the older urbanized, you know, small crossroad town areas, they can get some infrastructure funding. All of a sudden, there's housing opportunities diversified around the whole state.
So is House Bill, I'm trying to read it on my phone, House Bill 3644 shelter funding, but is that low barrier? Because I'm hearing Commissioner Timmons from Milton Freewater said that she's been on several meetings lately and they're actually acknowledged that low barrier is not working. And that was her comment Tuesday morning. So is 3644 more low barrier shelter funding? Do you know, Commissioner Chang?
I would assume so. I don't have the bill pulled up in front of me. And I would dispute the claim that low barrier shelter doesn't work. I mean, some shelter works, some shelter doesn't, but it's not because it's low barrier or not. We have a lot of low barrier shelter in our community that is an extremely effective functioning piece of our continuum of care.
Well, since I was told that the people that are at the Navigation Center couldn't share a 2-bedroom apartment, it makes me think people honestly need more help than what we're providing.
Well, low barrier shelter does not allow people to use substances in the shelter.
But they use it outside the door.
Well, it's not jail.
Yeah, and
and
we're
having a
spending
place.
millions of dollars, and so it's really like there are
Mhm.
there are places that actually can help people that have substance use disorder addictions.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who go into low barrier shelter, struggling with substance use disorders, who are able to, in that environment where you're not allowed to use substances, make progress on their challenges and move forward. So, that's just the way it is.
So you don't support putting in the letter at this time?
Well, I need to read it on something besides my phone. It's okay to leave it at this moment in time, see what the letter looks like, and
So just
I'll
add
pull it.
one for
Yes.
infrastructure funding for housing.
Mhm.
Just to kind of make it a complete 2-page letter. Okay.
I would just say
I
again
will do
that
that as soon as we're completed with all of our topics today, and then coordinate with Kim or Brenda to get that to our legislative delegation today, or I can do it as well. So as agenda's in transit, because I heard this week is critical. So great, thank you.
Thank you. Other items.
Do we need a motion
Oh,
to
is there?
approve the letter, Kim, or are we okay? Or
I think
Yes, that
normally you
is.
do have a motion
Yeah.
whenever you've done a formalized letter, so I would suggest.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I need to make a motion that we will have a letter to our Central Oregon delegation. And actually, I would send the letter also to Ways and Means and copy our Central Oregon delegation. Unless Doug thinks something differently, but I was told that that might help.
Great.
Can't ever do too much, right?
And so the motion is to approve it to Ways and
Right.
Means, CC to our delegation as discussed at the meeting.
Yes.
Is that good, Kim? Great, okay.
I'll second, and then as part of discussion, I will still say that the two things that I mentioned that are not in the letter are, in my opinion, more important to include in this letter than some of the things that are in the letter.
Thank you very much. Been moved and seconded. Anything else? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, other items.
I was actually signed up to testify this morning, but unfortunately our meeting started and I wasn't able to testify on Senate Bill 702-3 amendment. Something that I had been working with Tom Kuhn for several years now. So apparently it's going to be a revenue loss because they are going to put the products in, if it passes in OLCC and Department of Revenue sales buildings anyway. So I'm not sure. It was a lot of testimony, a lot of stories from pediatric doctors and pediatric dentists and all the issues with the youth in Oregon and getting addicted so young.
So update from myself, I was able to tour the geothermal drill site at Newberry yesterday. Patricia Lucas was able to join me, Economic Development Director for La Pine. Megan from COIC and my wife Kathy also involved with the Newberry Regional Partnership. And they're just looking for people to understand what they're doing and feel confident and comfortable about it. They've got this big well drilling derrick up there, I think you call it. And and it's huge. I asked, is that one of the biggest ones? And he said, there's one bigger in the world, but this is kind of like the second biggest you'd ever bring out to a facility. Also, it's made to work in a cold climate, because they set it up a couple months ago. And remember, we had that terrible snowstorm about 6-7 weeks ago, whatever it was. So it's made to deal with all those climate changes. We got to see the well being drilled, the sections of pipe being put on. We saw a couple of them go down since we were there. They were at about 2,000 feet, aiming for 10,000 feet. And it's just about 25 yards from the existing wellhead that's already 10,000 feet deep. So they're trying to connect two. And, they have the well drilling fluid that goes in there, and it's truly water and clay and walnut shell flour. It's really soft like flour, but it's walnut shells. And then pH, like bringing the pH up or down depending on the rock, which is baking soda. So it was interesting. They said, oh, it's all, non-harmful stuff. And it really is non-harmful stuff, what we got to see there. So interesting. They really do want to have people understand what's going on up there. And we took some photos. Real interesting to see it. They think the step they're doing right now is to try to get those two wells talking to each other, put water down one, pull up hot steam on the other, and then they can calculate the flow and how well it might work, because then it'd be 3 to 5 years before they would drill other wells to really put power generation up there. But they think they might have something in the next year or two as the scientific proof that there's they can do these closed loop systems. So very interesting.
Yes, I met with Alon and his French accent.
Oh yeah, so I just said hi to him. I didn't know who he was when he left the office. He offered you out of yours. And then he was standing next to the sign and we met in the parking lot. I'm like, I just saw you. I wouldn't have known who he was. Yeah.
Yes, it was great. It was interesting. Yes, technology.
Well, $20 million from the Department of Energy. So that's federal dollars. They did receive those dollars. They are spending those dollars, in this time of federal changes. This is a project that's proceeding at a stage of, proof of concept. Because if they can close the loop on that and make it happen, they said there's a lot of folks with paid checkbooks behind them that are interested in the power if they can do it in a cost-effective fashion.
Gas and oil from Texas is behind it. Yeah.
Well, just data center people you mentioned.
Well,
if somebody can
that's who
commit
wants
to-
it, but that's who actually is doing the scientific,
Yeah,
the ideas,
the
the
people who know how to
300
drill.
feet between the wells and what they're doing. And it's like the fracking. Yeah.
We saw it go from just a quiet drill, just moving very slow, to just a hammering action. He said, oh, it's hit something hard. And it just got real loud and it was all shaking up there. But we had hard hats and safety glasses on.
Yeah, it goes down to 7 inches eventually.
Yeah.
And that was fascinating.
Anything, Commissioner?
Azama.
Yeah.
I'll just report that I went to the J-Bar J grand opening of their new boys and girls, of their new Big Brothers Big Sisters facility out east of Bend on Friday, and also at the Bend MPO policy board meeting, kind of made the final touches on a new set of bylaws for the MPO that will be coming to the Board of Commissioners soon.
Oh, I went to that also. And it used to be like this sister's home for girls. It was where they actually paid to be there. And, it's a beautiful facility. So they said perhaps up to like 10 partner, whatever, and a child would be able to be out there at the same time. But it's really a great place. So.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to executive session. I think we have 2 now.
The Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.660 subsection 2 2D and 2E, which allows the board to meet in order to discuss labor negotiations and real property negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and the identified basis for meeting in executive session. Recording devices are not permitted. No final decisions will be made, and at the conclusion, we will open the doors and invite the audience back to the meeting.
So Commissioner Chang, do you have is it a different link? Okay, so we're going to go to a different link for an executive session.